Chapter 2437. Give me back my Dao weapon! Qiu Shilong yelled at Ning Qi angrily. However, he still had a sliver of rationality. He did not dare to snatch the Dao weapon from Ning Qi. Are you an idiot? Ning Qi frowned. I. Qiu Shilong was so angry that he could not even finish his sentence. He could only stare at Ning Qi furiously, as if he wanted to tear Ning Qi into pieces with his gaze. This time, it wasn't easy for him to obtain a great fortune. A low-grade Dao artifact that even the geniuses of the various sects couldn't obtain was obtained by him. But before he could enjoy himself for a long time, the low-grade Dao artifact was actually snatched away by an early earthly immortal. Was there any justice in this world? Was there any law? The crowd's shock was no less than Qiu Shilong's. Everyone, including Ling Hu Yuanqiu, stared at Ning Qi with their mouths agape. Things had happened too quickly. Before they could react, the long spear had changed owners. Here, I won't take your Dao weapon for free. Consider this top-grade Tier 2 Earth spiritual pill as compensation. Ning Qi flicked his finger. The top-grade Tier 2 Earth spiritual pill instantly turned into a ray of light and flew into Qiu Shilong's throat. He swallowed it subconsciously and swallowed the pill. A Tier 2 peak-grade Earth spiritual pill for this low-grade Dao artifact? Are you stupid? He clearly snatched it away in broad daylight. If it was me, I wouldn't even give a single spiritual jade pill. Let's see how Qiu Shilong can be so arrogant without this long spear. Everyone looked at Qiu Shilong with a strange look in their eyes. Many people were already rubbing their palms together. As for that low-grade Dao tool, they knew that it was not their turn. Instead, Qiu Shilong's arrogant words just now made them want to vent their anger. I don't want your Earth spiritual pill. Give it back to me, Qiu Shilong said to Ning Qi with a last shred of hope. This was the first time he had a low-grade Dao artifact, and the feeling of being invincible before was not enough. If it was gone all of a sudden, Qiu Shilong would not be able to accept it, not to mention that because of this low-grade Dao artifact, he had offended all the disciples of the first-rate sects, just like Ning Qi. Without a low-grade Dao artifact, with his earthly immortal early-stage cultivation base, wouldn't he be taught a lesson by the disciples of those sects in a matter of minutes? It's impossible for me to return it to you. You've already eaten the Earth spiritual pill. If you don't want it, why don't you return me a peak-grade Tier 2 Earth spiritual pill? Ning Qi smiled. Where am I going to find top-grade level 2 Earth spiritual pills? Qiu Shilong was stunned for a moment. Then, he realized that Ning Qi did not intend to return this low-grade Dao artifact to him. His face immediately revealed a trace of despair. He was unwilling. What right did Ning Qi have to kill those sect disciples after obtaining the low-grade Dao artifact? And he hadn't even left the ancient immortal mystic realm, yet the low-grade Dao artifact had been snatched away. That's your problem. Goodbye. Ning Qi smiled faintly and turned to leave. The Wind Cloud sect's Heaven's Chosen who were with Ning Qi previously looked at this scene in a daze. Only now did they react. Ning Qi was actually not afraid of that ferocious Dao energy? How was this Mountain Destruction sect's inner sect disciple so much stronger than them? If it was them, they would have already been frozen to a crisp, right? At this time, Ling Hu Yuanqiu spoke with a serious expression. May I ask for your name? Mountain Destruction Sect, Luo Wei. Ning Qi said without turning his head. Return my low-grade Dao artifact. Seeing that Ning Qi's back was facing him, Qiu Shilong let out a roar in his heart. Thinking that his chance had come, he pounced straight at Ning Qi. Ning Qi punched out without turning his head. The crowd only heard the sound of bones breaking. Qiu Shilong was sent flying like a rag doll, landing heavily on the ground. Seeing this, the nearby sect disciples immediately surrounded Qiu Shilong. Ling Hu Yuanqiu did not care about Qiu Shilong. Without the low-grade Dao artifact, Qiu Shilong was no more than an ant. All his attention was focused on Ningqi. What a joke! Linghu Yuanxiu recognized Mountain Destruction Sect's Luo Wei. He clearly did not look like this, and he was a late-stage heaven immortal. Now that he had finally obtained a new low-grade Dao artifact, Linghu Yuanxiu naturally could not bear to give it up just like that. He immediately chased after Ningqi. In reality, apart from Qiu Shilong, which of the heavens prides of the major sects did not want to imitate Ningqi? Back when the ancient immortal secret realm did not have low-grade Dao artifacts, golden immortals only used pseudo-Dao artifacts. Normal true disciples only used supreme-grade immortal artifacts. To them, low-grade Dao artifacts could only be used by golden immortals of the Zenith Heaven immortal realms. They rarely had the chance to see Zenith Heaven immortals in action. That was because they had no idea what low-grade Dao artifacts were. It was only when Ningqi appeared out of nowhere and killed hundreds of heaven immortals with his low-grade mountain and river purple golden hammer that these heavens prides realized the power of low-grade Dao artifact. Only then did they realize that their cultivation was so weak in front of the power of the grand Dao. As such, all the true disciples had a common goal: to obtain their own low-grade Dao artifacts. Although many people saw Linghu Yuanxiu chasing after Ningqi, they still decided to focus their attention on Qiu Shilong after a moment of silence. This guy had been so arrogant in front of them with a low-grade Dao artifact. Now that he was a dog in the water, they naturally had to beat him up to vent their anger. They had to vent their anger. Don't come over. The low-grade Dao artifact has already been snatched away by that guy. You should be looking for him. Qiu Shilong looked at the faces that appeared in front of him in horror. He, didn't you say you wanted to fight Ning Beixian? As far as I know, Ning Beixian will definitely not beg for mercy. You were so arrogant just now. Now that you have no teeth, you don't dare to bite? If I don't beat you down to the earth immortal realm today, I'll write my surname backwards. Brother Wang? Don't beat him to death. This kind of trash should be left as a laughingstock. Ha ha, someone who once fought against Ning Beixian? That's not a bad title. I'm sure many people will want to fight with him in the future. An inner sect disciple of the Wind and Cloud sect looked at Qiu Shilong mockingly and smiled. Hearing this, the crowd began to laugh evilly. The fear in Qiu Shilong's eyes intensified. His heart was filled with hatred as he thought of Ningqi's detestable face. At the same time, he remembered Ningqi's identity. Mountain Destruction Sect, Luo Wei. Luo Wei. One day, I, Qiu Shilong, will tear you to pieces. I swear I'm not a man if I don't get my revenge. Chapter 2438. Ningqi took the low-grade Dao treasure from Qiu Shilong and examined it closely. He found that this spear was different from the purple golden hammers. When Ningqi obtained the mountain and river purple golden hammers, he didn't need to refine them. The two hammers seemed to recognize Ningqi as their master, and it was extremely easy for him to use them. This had something to do with the lingering will in the two ancient immortal arms. This way, even if others wanted to take the purple golden hammers from Ningqi, they would not be able to use them as long as they could not erase the connection between Ningqi and the hammers. This spear was different. Ningqi could use it as soon as he obtained it, but there was always a feeling of being separated by a layer of paper, as if he could not fully utilize its true power. This was probably because he had not refined it and made it recognize him as its master. Everyone, including Qiu Shilong, had only used a third of the spear's power. If it recognized him as its master, Ningqi would have to spend a lot of effort to take it from him. I'll use it to trade for the heavenly spirit pill recipe. Ningqi smiled and put away the spear. Although it had more great path power than the mountain and river purple golden hammers, the great path power it contained was not the mountain and river great path, so its effect on Ningqi was much weaker. With two mountain and river purple golden hammers in hand, the power added together might not be weaker than this long spear. Rather than refining it, it would be better to trade it for the heavenly spirit pill recipe and help Ningqi break through to the celestial immortal realm. Linghu Yuanqiu, are you going to keep following me? Ningqi's figure suddenly paused, and he looked behind him. Linghu Yuanqiu appeared in the void and smiled at Ningqi. Your Excellency should know that my Wind and Cloud sect won't let you take away a low-grade Dao artifact so easily. Why don't we make a deal? Give me the low-grade Dao artifact, and as for what your Excellency wants, just tell me and I'll give it to you as long as I can. For example, let you become a true disciple of the Wind and Cloud sect. What do you think? Pausing for a moment, as if fearing that Ningqi would become as arrogant as Qiu Shilong, Linghu Yuanqiu continued, Qiu Shilong is an example. In the end, he was not able to protect this low-grade Dao artifact. If he had made a deal with my Wind and Cloud sect from the start, even though he no longer has a low-grade Dao artifact, he would still be able to trade for it. He has already lost this opportunity, but you are different. As long as you properly grasp this opportunity, the benefits you will obtain will be even greater than what this low-grade Dao artifact can bring. Have you forgotten Ning Beixian? Ningqi faintly said. Linghu Yuanqiu was slightly taken aback. How dare this guy compare me to Ning Beixian? Seriously? He smiled bitterly and said, Sir, Ning Beixian is a special case. He doesn't need a low-grade Dao artifact to be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with us. He is still the first on the Earth immortal ranking. Linghu Yuanqiu said it in a roundabout way. What he meant was, what right do you have to compete with Ning Beixian? He was a monster. How do you know I'm not a special case? Ningqi smiled. Linghu Yuanqiu was speechless. His face gradually turned cold. Since you are so stubborn, I hope that you will not regret it in the end. Even if I regret it, it has nothing to do with you, right? Do you live in the sea? Ningqi smiled. What do you mean? You sure are a busybody. You. Linghu Yuanqiu nearly lost control of himself and directly attacked Ningqi. If not for his fear of that low-grade Dao artifact, which allowed him to maintain his last trace of sanity, he would have long since killed Ningqi. This guy was even more annoying than Qiu Shilong. Brother Linghu, you can follow me if you want, but you must maintain a distance of 100 zhang. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself. Ningqi smiled. Linghu Yuanqiu chuckled and didn't answer Ningqi. Seeing this, Ningqi continued on his way. Since he had come to the ancient immortal secret realm, there was no reason for him to leave so early. There might be some low-grade Dao artifacts in there. About a month later, the geniuses of the major sects arrived at the ancient immortal secret realm. Many elders arrived as well, including many late-stage and perfected sky immortals. At perfected sky immortals, their status was different from ordinary sky immortals because they had a high chance of breaking through to the golden immortal realm. Golden immortal realm. In the huge wind cloud sect, there were even fewer celestial immortals at the full circle than golden immortals. This was very reasonable, because golden immortals had an endless lifespan, and were much stronger than celestial immortals. The golden immortals in the wind cloud sect had lived for countless years, and during this period, many celestial immortals with decent potential had not been able to break through. They died of exhaustion, causing the number of perfected sky immortals to be even fewer than golden immortals. Linghu, how could you lose an early-stage earth immortal? A young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes stood before Linghu Yuanqiu and the others. He was one of the few perfected sky immortals in the wind cloud sect. His name was Lu Shan. Even a prodigy like Linghu Yuanqiu was inferior to him. There were a total of 23 prodigies from the Wind Cloud sect who followed Lu Shan to the ancient immortal secret realm. They were all here for the low-grade Dao artifact. Now they were looking at Linghu Yuanqiu with dissatisfaction, as if disappointed. Linghu Yuanqiu's face turned green and white. Finally, he took a deep breath and said, "It was my mistake. I lost him." He he. Lu Shan chuckled and said to the crowd, "Split up and search. We must find him before the other sections. We cannot let the low-grade Tao artifact fall into the hands of outsiders." These years, it was the Wind Cloud sect's turn to guard the ancient immortal secret realm. They naturally treated the ancient immortal secret realm as their own territory, including Lu Shan. In their eyes, the low-grade Tao artifact that appeared in the ancient immortal secret realm should fall into the hands of the Wind Cloud sect. Last time, Ning Beixian was too strong and the Wind Cloud sect suffered a setback. This time, with Lu Shan here, the early-stage Earth Immortal would not be able to escape with the low-grade Tao artifact. After all, everyone was Ning Beixian. Luo Wei. A few rogue Sky Immortals surrounded Ning Qi excitedly. "You guys recognize me?" Ning Qi was surprised. "This is your portrait. It's already spread throughout the ancient immortal secret realm." One of the celestial immortals sneered and crushed a jade slip. Immediately, a stream of spirit energy rushed out of the jade slip and condensed into a face that looked exactly like Ning Qi's. The Sky Immortal continued, "Hand over the low-grade Tao artifact. We won't take it for free. How about 10 million low-grade immortal stones?" Chapter 2439. 10 million inferior-grade immortal stones? Ning Qi exclaimed. The eyes of the celestial immortals flickered with joy. It looked like they really had a chance of getting the inferior-grade Tao artifact from this kid. "Isn't that too little? You're only offering 10 million inferior-grade immortal stones for an inferior-grade Tao artifact? Are you sure it's not mid-grade immortal stones?" Ning Qi added. The expressions of the celestial immortals darkened. They exchanged glances. The celestial immortal who spoke first looked at Ning Qi coldly and said, "You shouldn't be too greedy or you won't get anything. 10 million inferior-grade immortal stones is more than enough for your cultivation expenses. What's there to be dissatisfied about? Take it. Do you think you can take it out of the ancient immortal secret realm? When the time comes, the one to suppress you will be the Wind and Cloud sect's golden immortal." No, the price is too low. I'm not exchanging. Hurry up and leave. Don't be an eyesore." Ning Qi waved his hand. The celestial immortal's eyes flashed with murderous intent. They exchanged glances and attacked Ning Qi at the same time, trying to suppress Ning Qi with lightning speed. "I'm a little embarrassed if you don't attack." Ning Qi suddenly smiled. The celestial immortals were startled. They could not understand what he was saying. Did he start spouting nonsense out of fear? But in the next moment they immediately understood what Ning Qi meant. Ning Qi's aura suddenly changed. He threw a punch at the celestial immortal closest to him. The early-stage celestial immortal only had time to cry out before he was smashed into a mist of blood. "What's going on?" The celestial immortals were shocked, but it was too late for them to stop. Bang bang bang! A few mists of blood appeared in the air. The last celestial immortal spat out a mouthful of blood. He was willing to pay the price of serious injury to stop his attack and flee. He realized that Ning Qi was definitely not an early-stage Earth immortal. This guy was pretending to be weak. "Little brother, where are you going?" A voice rang in the celestial immortal's ears. Before he could reply, his vision went black and he lost consciousness. Even in death, he couldn't figure out why Ning Qi didn't make a move right from the start. Why did he have to wait until they made a move to snatch it? Another year or so passed. During this time, Ning Qi had earned quite a lot of merit points, enough to exchange for 3 dragon blood pills. However, none of the lower-grade Tao weapons that he wanted had appeared. The number of rogue celestial immortals in Yingzhou seemed to be much fewer than before. Ning Qi had only met dozens of them in the past year, and there were more celestial immortals from the sections. However, when they saw Ning Qi, they did not attack him immediately. They followed from afar. When Ning Qi stopped, they stopped as well. When Ning Qi moved, they moved as well. It was unknown if it was because they had discovered that Ning Qi had killed those loose cultivators and heavenly immortals, which was why they did not dare to act recklessly. In the end, no matter where Ning Qi went, he was followed by a large group of celestial immortals. As a result, those loose cultivators did not dare to join in the fun. They all looked at Ning Qi with a strange look. There were at least 100 celestial immortals from the Wind Cloud sect, Mystic Sun sect, Four Directions sect, Honesty sect, Mountain Destruction sect, and the Wind Cloud sect. At this moment, they were following Ning Qi like followers. Some of them were getting impatient. However, if someone like Lu Shan did not say anything, they did not dare to make a move. And, Lu Shan, what are you waiting for? On the Mountain Destruction sect's side, a muscular man looked at Ning Qi's back and frowned as he transmitted his voice to Lu Shan. Behind him was Ning Qi's old acquaintance, Niu Haishi. However, Niu Haishi was now standing behind the muscular man obediently. There were many top-notch geniuses here. An early-stage celestial immortal like him naturally had no right to speak. You all should know that Ning Beixian is here too, right? Lu Shan suddenly said. Everyone's expression changed. What was Lu Shan trying to say? Ning Beixian was indeed here. However, when the entrance of the ancient immortal secret realm opened, he did not seem to be there. He should not be in the ancient immortal secret realm, right? Lu Shan, are you saying that this kid? Someone looked at Ning Qi suspiciously, and a trace of horror flashed in his eyes. If his guess was correct, even if they joined forces and rushed forward, they would not be a match for him at all. That's right. I suspect that this person is Ning Beixian, Lu Shan said. He did not have this suspicion from the beginning. Instead, he deduced it from Ning Qi's actions in the ancient immortal secret realm over the past year. A normal early-stage Earth immortal would find a place to hide after obtaining a low-grade Dao artifact. After all, idiots like Qiu Shilong were rare. There were many celestial immortals from the Wind Cloud sect who came this time. Some of them were with Pei Kangol. After hearing Lu Shan's guess, their expressions were the strangest. They could not help but glance at Ning Qi. Sigh, you guys guessed it? Ning Qi suddenly turned around and said with pity. He then glanced at Lu Shan. He had been waiting for these celestial immortals to attack him. That way, he would be able to earn a large sum of merit points. But now that Lu Shan had made this guess, even if there was no actual evidence, these guys would not dare to attack him. He didn't dare to make a move. Seeing this, Ning Qi no longer hid his identity. Ling Hu Yuanqiu, Niu Haishi, and the rest looked at Ning Qi in shock. Are you really? Junior brother Ning? The Wind Cloud sect's direct disciples could not help but ask. In the next moment, Ning Qi's appearance began to change. He returned to his original appearance. Everyone gasped. It really was that monster, Ning Beixian. Damn it, I almost attacked him just now. Thank goodness. A layer of cold sweat appeared on many people's foreheads. Although Lu Shan's expression was calm, his hands behind his back could not help but tremble a few times. It was clear that he was not calm at all. Junior brother Ning, there's no need to disguise yourself. If we knew it was you, we would have left. The Wind Cloud sect's direct disciples said with a strange expression. With Ning Qi's current cultivation and combat strength, he was no longer the same as before. If an ordinary initial stage earthly immortal were to obtain a low-grade Dao artifact, it would surely draw the pursuit of others to seize it. But Ning Qi was different. Who would be foolish enough to seize his things now? An ordinary man's wealth would arouse the envy of others. Most importantly, Ning Qi was no longer an ordinary man. It's not too late to know now. Ning Qi smiled. Ling Hu Yuanqiu's heart was dripping with cold sweat. He thought of the time when he was chasing after Ning Qi alone. If Ning Qi was in a bad mood, he would have been a corpse by now. Let's go. The Wind Cloud sect's direct disciple waved his hand and turned to leave. The other direct disciples hesitated for a moment before they turned and left as well. Brother Ning, you already have 2 low-grade Dao tools. The third one is not that useful to you. Will you sell it? Chapter 2440. Sure. Ning Qi smiled. Lu Shan looked excited. Brother Ning, how much are you going to sell it for? Do you have the recipe for the Heavenly Spirit Pill? Ning Qi smiled. The recipe for the Heavenly Spirit Pill? Everyone was startled. They never thought that Ning Qi would actually plan to use this low-grade Dao artifact to exchange for the Heavenly Spirit Pill's pill formula. If they really wanted to argue about it, the value of a low-grade Dao artifact was obviously much higher than a mere Tier 3 pill formula. However, a pill formula was different from a low-grade Dao artifact. A recipe could benefit thousands of generations. In the vast ancestral star, the number of sects and immortals who knew the recipe for the Heavenly Spirit Pill could be counted on one hand. Most of the Heavenly Spirit Pills they consumed were bought from these guys. Brother Ning, can I buy it with immortal stones? Lu Shan smiled bitterly. Forget it then. I'll leave first. You guys take your time. Ning Qi waved his hand and left. What a pity! Lu Shan let out a long sigh as he watched Ning Qi leave. The crowd did not know if he was regretting that he did not have the recipe for the Heavenly Spirit Pill or that it was Ning Beixian who obtained the low-grade Dao artifact. At the entrance of the ancient, immortal secret realm, with a flash of light, figures were teleported out. Almost at the same time, their gazes landed on Ning Qi. One of them had the most vicious gaze. It belonged to an early-stage human immortal. When Ning Qi noticed it, he turned to Qiu Shilong and smiled. Yo, early-stage human immortal now? Qiu Shilong's face was ashen. He remained silent. It was not that he did not dare to answer, but he did not know what to say. Could it be that because the other party had stolen his low-grade Dao artifact, his cultivation had fallen to the earth immortal level because of that? An early-stage human immortal? Qiu Shilong had already learned of Ning Qi's true identity from others. When he thought about how his low-grade Dao artifact was stolen by Ning Qi, he felt extremely regretful. If he had known this would happen, he would have kept a low profile and not ended up like this. At the very least, he could have sold the low-grade Dao artifact to the core disciples of the sections. The situation was much better now. Someone suddenly recalled that when Ning Qi came to the ancient immortal mystic realm, he said that he wanted to see if there were any low-grade Dao artifacts appearing. Could it be that Ning Qi already knew that there were low-grade Dao artifacts appearing in the ancient immortal mystic realm? Thinking up to here, everyone looked at Ning Qi with even more strange gazes, and there was even a trace of suspicion in their gazes. They even suspected that Ning Qi had some sort of method to detect the birth of a low-grade Dao artifact. Otherwise, how could he have come so coincidentally these 2 times? Ning Beixian, I heard that you want to sell that low-grade Dao artifact? Although our Wind Cloud sect doesn't have the Heavenly Spirit Pill's pill formula, we still have 3 to 5 other Tier 3 pill formulas. If you're willing, I can make the decision to give you another one. The Wind Cloud sect's golden immortal looked down at Ning Qi and said calmly. Ning Qi's current status was very different. Even if he was at the golden immortal stage, he would not attack Ning Qi for a low-grade Dao tool unless he had no other choice. In addition, the most important reason was that he was not sure if he could make Ning Qi stay. After all, Ning Qi had been defeated in the past. The method of escape displayed in front of everyone was too strange. I won't trade, Ning Qi said faintly and was about to leave. The Wind Cloud sect golden immortal was startled, then a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. Two kinds of Tier 3 pill formulas for a low-grade Dao artifact of yours. This deal, you've profited. 2 kinds of Tier 3 pill formulas. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim in their hearts. Many people felt that, if it was them, they might have changed. After all, a low-grade Dao artifact could be snatched away, but for something like a pill formula, as long as one understood the essence of it, no one would be able to snatch it away unless they died. Of course, this kind of thinking was only limited to those existences who thought that they could not keep a low-grade Tao artifact. For those golden immortal existences, wanting to use pill formulas to exchange for a low-grade Tao artifact from them was just a pipe dream. Then I can't let you suffer any losses. Ningqi waved his hand. Then, he moved and disappeared from everyone's sight. The Wind Cloud Sect's golden immortal was livid. He finally understood why Ling Yuan was so determined to snatch the 2 low-grade Tao weapons from Ningqi, only to be knocked out by Ningqi in 3 strikes and become a laughing stock. Ling Yuan's intention to teach Ningqi a lesson must have been more important than snatching the 2 Tao weapons. The golden immortal from the Wind and Cloud sect was livid. This kid is so infuriating. Lianghe Market. Shangqing Treasury. What would you like to buy, esteemed guest? A servant greeted Ningqi as soon as he entered the treasury. Go tell Zhua he and Madame Jade that we have a big deal, Ningqi said faintly. The servant was taken aback, then looked Ningqi up and down, his eyes filled with shock. Please wait a moment, child Beixian, he said quickly. With that, he turned and left in a hurry. But that child Beixian attracted everyone's attention. Is that Ning Beixian? I think it's him. Number 1 on the Earth Immortal ranking. Everyone's eyes lit up. Some hesitated, as if they wanted to go up and greet him, but they were afraid of Ningqi's title as the Black Demon. Before long, Madame Jade walked out with a smile. Ningqi looked to her side and did not seize Wahi. Child Beixian is so handsome, much better than that sallow face of yours, Madame Jade said with a smile. After a pause, she continued, Pavilion Master Zhua, he has already gone to another place to take up his post. Now, I am temporarily taking over the position of Pavilion Master of Shangqing Treasury. Please follow me, child Beixian. This is not the place to talk. In the same room, after Madame Jade sat down, she looked at Ningqi expectantly. What does child Beixian want to sell this time? A low-grade Tao artifact for 2 third-grade pill recipes. One of them requires a heavenly spirit pill, the other is up to you, Ningqi said with a smile. Madame Jade was stunned for a moment, then gasped in disbelief. A low-grade Tao artifact? Yes. Ningqi took out the long spear, and the power of the great Tao immediately spread out. Madame Jade, a sky immortal expert, could not help but tremble. It really is a low-grade Tao artifact. Madame Jade looked at Ningqi with a strange expression. Where did this guy get a low-grade Tao artifact from? She thought that Ningqi was going to sell the mountain and river purple golden hammer, but it was a long spear. Madame Jade, give me an answer. Are you going to trade? If not, I will go to the Stone River Pill sect and ask, Ningqi said with a smile. This, Madame Jade's awareness as a businesswoman allowed her to quickly calm down. The 2 pill recipes seemed to be, Ningqi smiled and got up to leave. Chapter 2441. The high-clarity treasure pavilion was indeed extraordinary, or it could be said that the high-clarity sect behind it had some tricks up their sleeve. After Madame Jade reported this matter, in less than half a month, a golden immortal existence came to Lianghe Market and met Ningqi. Madame Yu herself did not have a third-stage pill recipe. To close the deal, she had to personally send a message to the Shangqing sect. Little brother Ning, I am Shangqing sect's Shu Changfeng. A lanky middle-aged man in a green robe looked at Ningqi with a smile. Shu Changfeng's aura was much stronger than Jiang Kuan and the others, even slightly stronger than Kongwen. Such an existence must have a high status in the Shangqing sect. It was likely that he was above tens of thousands of people. Let alone ordinary earth immortals, even celestial immortals were rare enough to be called little brother by him. From this, it could be seen that Ningqi's status in the Shangqing sect was quite high. Senior Shu. Ningqi cupped his hands politely. Since the other party was so polite, he would naturally be even more polite. It is said that little brother Ning is difficult to get along with and very arrogant. I think this rumor is false, Shu Changfeng said with a smile. Ning Qi smiled and went straight to the point. Senior Shu, have you brought the pill recipe? Oh right, business is more important. I have brought the pill recipe. One is the heavenly spirit pill you want, and the other is a third-stage pill recipe called the clear water pill. This pill has a miraculous healing effect. What do you think, little brother Ning? Shu Changfeng smiled. Deal. Ning Qi nodded with a smile. The two sides quickly completed the deal. Ning Qi took the pill recipe, while Shu Changfeng took the low-grade Dao item. After carefully examining it, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He could not help but say to Ning Qi, little brother Ning, this low-grade Dao item is much stronger than the mountain and river purple golden hammer you obtained. They should be much stronger, yet you're willing to take them out for a trade? Why can't I take something that I can't bring with me in life and take with me in death? Ning Qi said with a faint smile. What little brother Ning said makes sense. Things like Dao artifacts cannot be brought with you when you are alive, and cannot be taken away when you die. How about this, since little brother Ning is so generous, I cannot let little brother Ning suffer too much. Here are 100,000 sets of spiritual materials for refining the heavenly spirit pill. I brought them along with me, so I will give them to little brother Ning. Shu Changfeng seemed to be satisfied with the long spear. He took out an interspatial ring and handed it to Ning Qi. Before Madame Yu transmitted the message to him, he had thought that Ning Qi's low-grade Dao tool would be a level weaker than the two purple golden hammers in his hands. That was why he had taken it out to exchange for the pill recipe. However, he had not expected that this low-grade Dao tool would actually contain 150 strands of the great Dao, which was a pleasant surprise to him. The spiritual materials he had brought this time were originally intended to be sold to Ning Qi. Since Ning Qi wanted the Heaven Spirit Pill's recipe, he obviously needed spiritual materials to refine the pill, right? It could be considered as earning a sum of money along the way. In the end, because of this unexpected joy, he couldn't help but directly give the 100,000 spiritual materials to Ning Qi. Thank you, Senior Shu. Ning Qi was startled. He casually took the interspatial ring and glanced at it. It was filled with spiritual materials. Seeing this, Ning Qi cupped his hands and thanked Shu Changfeng. Madam Yu watched this scene from the side. She was somewhat shocked. Although the spiritual materials for refining the Heaven Spirit Pill were not too precious, there were still 100,000 of them. According to the calculation of 50 mid-grade celestial stones per portion, this was 5 million mid-grade celestial stones. Yet, he gave it away so casually? Could it be that the sect values Ning Beixian so much? Madame Yu could not help but curse in her heart. She felt a little envious. Little brother Ning, you don't need to be so polite. In the future, if you have any more low-grade Dao tools, just remember our high-clarity sect immediately. Shu Changfeng said with a smile. So that's how it is. Madame Yu immediately understood. It was obvious that Shu Changfeng intended to maintain a long-term cooperative relationship with Ning Qi. That was why he was so generous this time. She recalled that Ning Qi had taken out a pseudo-Dao tool last time. This time, he took out a low-grade Dao tool. How long had it been? Thinking of this, Madame Yu felt that it would not be surprising if Ning Qi took out another low-grade Dao tool next time. Senior, don't worry. If there's business, I'll naturally look for the Clear Treasure Pavilion. After all, the trade between us is very pleasant. Ning Qi nodded with a smile and paused. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. That's good. Xiao Yu, help me send little brother Ning off. Shu Changfeng smiled. After Ning Qi left, Madame Jade returned to her room. Shu Changfeng had already put away his spear. He turned to Madame Jade and said, You have made a great contribution this time. The sect will not mistreat you. In the future, if Ning Beixian comes to the Shangqing treasury again, inform me immediately. He also has an extraordinary background. You can get along well with him." A hint of joy flashed through Madame Jade's eyes. She then asked curiously, "Elder Shu, why is Ning Beishuan's background so extraordinary?" "This matter, our sex investigation, is also not clear. You only need to know that his background is not ordinary. Perhaps there will be clues in the future." Shu Changfeng smiled. How could someone who was ranked first on the earthly immortal rankings have a simple background? Shu Changfeng did not believe that a rogue cultivator would have such achievements. Perhaps some rogue cultivators were talented, but without inheritance and cultivation resources, no matter how monstrous they were, it was impossible for them to be ranked first on the earthly immortal rankings. This matter had been discussed by the upper echelons of the Shangqing sect when Ning Beixian became the first on the earthly immortal rankings. "Have you heard? Ning Beixian obtained another low-grade Dao artifact from the ancient immortal secret realm." "Are you serious?" "Of course it's true. It's being spread around. However, that low-grade Dao artifact was originally obtained by a rogue cultivator. Later on, that rogue cultivator was too arrogant and said that he wanted to compete with Ning Beixian. In the end, Ning Beixian also entered the ancient immortal secret realm and snatched the Dao artifact from him. The news that Ning Qi had obtained another inferior-grade Dao artifact from the ancient immortal mystery land soon spread throughout the entire Yingzhou. More and more immortals rushed to the ancient immortal mystery land. In their eyes, 3 inferior-grade Dao artifacts had appeared in the ancient immortal mystery land during this period of time, so it wouldn't be strange if a 4th one appeared. At the same time, Ning Qi had already returned to the Mystic Sword sect's missing Moon Peak with the pill formulas and spirit materials. Next, it was time for him to concoct pills. With his current early-stage Earth immortal cultivation, he did not know how many heavenly spirit pills he would need to consume to break through to the Earth immortal Great Circle. However, Ning Qi had plenty of time, so he did not care how long it took. Not long after Ning Qi returned to the missing Moon Peak, Murong and the other elders heard the news and came over. "Zhinshuan, where's Beixian?" Murong scanned with his spiritual will and found no trace of Ning Qi. He looked at Zhinshuan strangely. "Big brother is in seclusion. I wonder why the elders have come?" Zhinshuan cupped her hands and said, Chapter 2442. This is the place, right? Ancestral star, hee hee. Rumor has it that this is the birthplace of our celestial race. I wonder if it's true. I thought I would never have the chance to come here in my lifetime, but it's just a declining land. There's an old ancestor Yu Qing who's a mid-stage abstruse immortal. Other than that, this ancestral star is barely a Class 6 planet. Rumor has it that their heaven immortal prodigies can only get 10 to 20 heavenly spirit pills every year, and they're all low-grade ones. 3 figures appeared outside the ancestral star. The 3 of them looked about the same age, in their 20s. They looked in the direction of the ancestral star with a hint of mockery in their eyes. "Forget it. I heard that Ning Beixian, the number 1 on the Earth immortal ranking this time, is in this ancestral star. We're just here to watch Ji Tianming put on a good show. As for whether this ancestral star is the birthplace of our celestial race, so what? We've traveled for so long we can't come here for nothing. Let's see how strong the prodigies of this ancestral star are." Alright. The 3 of them moved and appeared in the ancestral star's Yingzhou. An immortal happened to fly past the 3 of them. Seeing this, the 3 of them smiled faintly and went forward to stop him. "You are?" The Earth-stage Earth Immortal was shocked. He was on guard when he saw 3 perfected Earth Immortals appearing in front of him. He was ready to run. "Let me ask you, where is this ancestral star?" one of them said faintly. The Earth-stage Earth Immortal was taken aback. "You guys are already in Yingzhou and you don't know?" He came to a realization. "So the 3 of you are from the outside world?" "That's right. The man smiled. There was a scar at the corner of his mouth. When he smiled, it pulled at the scar, making it look even more radiant. Which sect is the strongest in Ingzhou? The strongest sects are the Mystic Sword sect, Wind and Cloud sect, Square sect, Honesty sect, Mountain Destroyer sect, and Mystic Sun sect. The rest are second-rate. Just 6 first-rate sects? The three of them smiled at each other. The Earth Stage Earth Immortal seemed to have sensed the disdain in their tone. Not only was he not angry, but he was even more wary. Let me ask you again. Do you know which sect Ning Beixian is from? Ning Beixian. The early stage Earth Immortal was stunned for a moment. He understood that the three of them were here to look for Ning Beixian. He didn't show it on his face, but he was mocking them in his heart. He smiled at the three of them and said, Ning Beixian is a disciple of the Xianjian sect in Ingzhou. If the three of you want to look for him, you can go to the Xianjian sect. The trio was surprised. They did not expect themselves to be so lucky to be so close to Ningqi as soon as they arrived at the ancestral star. Both sides asked and answered. Not long after the early Earth Immortal left, he smiled at the other two with a scar on his mouth. How is it we won't be going to the Xianjian sect, right? Of course. Since Ning Beixian is number 1 on the earthly immortal ranking, he must have his strong point. Moreover, Ji Tianming has already said that Ning Beixian will be left for him. If anyone dares to challenge Ning Beixian before this, he will teach them a lesson. Even though Ji Tianming's sect isn't that great, he still deserves to be the leader of the earthly immortal ranking. He had been number 1 on the earthly immortal roll for more than 10,000 years? We have to give them some face. The other two looked at each other and smiled. Then let's start with the Wind and Cloud sect. The Earth Immortal with a scar on his mouth chuckled. The trio found the right direction and arrived at the entrance of the Wind and Cloud sect within a few days. They began to comment on the layout of the Wind and Cloud sect. The spiritual chi here is average. Is this the entrance of a first-rate sect? TSK. It's not bad. Along the way, which one of the sects isn't 10 times worse than this place? At the entrance of the Wind-Cloud sect, many disciples who were entering and exiting stopped in their tracks upon hearing their conversation. Their sharp gazes were directed at the three of them. May I ask where the three of you are from? What gives you the right to speak so arrogantly at the entrance of our Wind and Cloud sect? An inner sect prodigy of the Wind and Cloud sect walked out and stared coldly at the trio. The aura he exuded was also at the Earth Immortal peak, almost the same as the trio. Earth Immortal peak? Are you an inner sect disciple or a legacy disciple of the Wind and Cloud sect? The Earth Immortal with a scar on his mouth looked at the other party and asked. Legacy disciple of the Wind and Cloud sect, Tan Yi. Tan Yi said coldly. Oh, a legacy disciple. Then you must be the strongest Earth Immortal in your sect, right? The three of us are from the Yin-Yang sect of the ancient Heavenly Quartz Heaven Luo planet. This time, we are here to challenge your sect's prodigy. I'm Ji Ming. I wonder if we can have a spar? Oh, Heaven Luo planet is a Class 7 planet. Ji Ming smiled. Tan Yi and the other disciples of the Wind and Cloud sect looked at Ji Ming and the other two coldly. But when he added that Heaven Luo planet was a Class 7 planet, everyone's expression changed drastically. Some of them had already left to inform the higher-ups of the Wind and Cloud sect. A Class 7 planet was guarded by a Tai True Immortal. A spar. Sure. Tan Yi's eyes were filled with battle intent. It was rare to see an immortal from a Class 7 planet. Moreover, the other party was also at the Earth Immortal peak. He must be a prodigy. If he could defeat the other party, it would boost the morale of the Wind and Cloud sect, which had been declining recently. Come on. Ji Ming stood with his hands behind his back and smiled. When the other two saw this, they grinned and retreated more than 10 feet, looking at Tan Yi mockingly. When Tan Yi saw the mockery in their eyes, A trace of anger surged in his heart. So what if it's a Class 7 planet? You're just at the Earth immortal peak. How strong can you be? Thinking of this, Tan-E smiled coldly. An immortal sword soared into the sky. In an instant, his surroundings were filled with majestic, immortal chi. When the disciples of the Wind and Cloud sect saw this, they couldn't help but cheer. They looked at Tan-E excitedly, looking forward to Tan-E defeating the opponent from a Class 7 planet. Earth Immortal Peak. As a true disciple of the Wind and Cloud sect, Tan-Ye's battle strength was higher than an ordinary Earth Immortal Peak, even though he was only at the Earth Immortal Peak. Just as he was about to attack Ji Ming confidently, an even faster sword light flew over from Ji Ming's side. In the blink of an eye, Tan-Ye's neck had an additional immortal sword. An immortal sword with an incomparably sharp tip was pressed against his throat. Your sword is too slow. Ji Ming shook his head in disappointment. Tan-Ye's face turned green and white. He couldn't believe it. How did he lose in the blink of an eye? The surroundings were silent. The disciples of the Wind and Cloud sect couldn't believe what they saw. Chapter 2443. Tan-E stared at Ji Ming speechlessly. The rest of the Earth immortals in the Wind and Cloud sect were weaker than him. If he couldn't even last one round against Ji Ming, then there was no other Earth immortal in the sect who could defeat Ji Ming. Who the hell is he? There isn't anyone named Ji Ming in the Earth immortal ranking. Could he be an expert close to the top 100? Tan-Ye's mind raced. At this moment, a few figures emerged from the sky. The one leading them was the strongest legacy disciple of the Wind and Cloud sect, Lu Shan. The three of you are from the Yin-Yang sect of the ancient Heavenly Quartz, Heavenly Luo planet? Lu Shan looked at Ji Ming and the other two. Ji Ming sheathed his sword and smiled at Lu Shan. That's right. What's the purpose of your visit? Lu Shan remained calm. I've made myself clear. We're here to challenge the geniuses of the major sections. Ji Ming smiled. Are there any geniuses from the Wind and Cloud sect willing to accept the challenge? If not, the three of us will be heading to the Profound Sun sect. Outrageous! The disciples of Wind Cloud sect looked uncertain as they stared at the three of them. Seems like there's no one else. Farewell, everyone. Ji Ming smiled and cupped his hands, and then he left in a composed manner with the other two. He seemed to not be afraid of a perfection stage heavenly immortal like Lu Shan in the slightest, and he seemed like a genius that came from a great sect. Senior brother, I've embarrassed the sect. Tan-E said shamefully. It's not really embarrassing. I've heard of the Yin-Yang sect. Their sect master is a Tai true immortal. It's normal for him to lose to a disciple of the Yin-Yang sect. If their heaven immortal was here, I might not be their match. Lu Shan said. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. However, Tan-Ye's expression became much better. The other two legacy disciples beside Lu Shan looked solemn. Great senior brother, the ancient heavenly court is so far away from the ancestral star. Why would they suddenly come here to challenge us? I'm afraid it's because of one person, Lu Shan said. Who? Ning Beixian. While Ning Qi was in seclusion, the ancestral star suddenly became lively. A shocking news spread across the entire Yingzhou in a short period of time. 3 earthly immortal talents from the ancient heavenly court defeated the inner sect talents and true disciples of the Wind and Cloud sect, Mystic Sun sect, Mountain Destruction sect, Honesty sect, and the Four-Way sect. No one below the celestial immortal level was a match for them. After that, even the second-rate sects became their target. Many sects didn't even wait for the 3 of them to come and close their doors to avoid embarrassing themselves. Not long after that, one prodigy after another came to the ancestral star from the outer realms. These prodigies came from the various celestial realms, and although there were not many of them, they were not few either. They were spread across the 10 prefectures of the ancestral star, challenging the various sects without losing even once. Even the earthly immortal prodigies of the Jade Clear sect were no match for them. The ancestral star was in an uproar. Top-level cultivation training ground. After dozens of failures, Ning Qi finally grasped the trick of refining heavenly spirit pills. However, compared to earth spirit pills, the quantity of heavenly spirit pills was a level lower. It took Ning Qi about 50 years to master the quantity of heavenly spirit pills produced from each cauldron of heavenly spirit pills. At the rate of 2 cauldrons per day, it took Ning Qi more than 100 years to completely consume the spiritual materials of 100,000 heavenly spirit pills. At this moment, there were close to 400,000 heavenly spirit pills in his spatial bag. Ning Qi took one out and tossed it into his mouth. The heavenly spirit pill instantly melted into pill juice and flowed down Ning Qi's throat into his limbs and bones. Instantly, a majestic immortal qi rose from Ning Qi's dantian. Because the amount of immortal qi was more than 100 times more than earth spirit pills, it took Ning Qi 3 to 5 days to digest it and turn it into his own cultivation. In this way, Ning Qi could only take 100 or so heaven spirit elixirs in a year. It would take at least 4 to 5,000 years to consume all 400,000 heaven spirit elixirs, which was equivalent to more than 10 years in the outside world. Left and right. One by one, Ning Qi swallowed heavenly spirit pills into his stomach. His qi was several times stronger than when he had just broken through to the early earth immortal realm. His cultivation base gradually advanced to the peak of the early earth immortal realm. At the same time, more than a dozen years had passed in the outside world. After nearly 4,000 years, when the number of heavenly spirit pills was reduced to only 50,000, Ning Qi finally succeeded in breaking through the bottleneck of the early earth immortal realm and entered the intermediate earth immortal realm. His overall combat strength had improved again. If it was another ordinary early earth immortal, with so many heavenly spirit pills from Ning Qi, it was estimated that he would be able to break through a small realm in less than 300 to 500 years. Because Ning Qi could eat heavenly spirit pills like candy, he was probably comparable to those personal disciples of immortal monarch. Perhaps even slightly better. Ning Qi, on the other hand, was different. His aptitude was ordinary and could not be compared to those personal disciples of immortal monarch. It was only because of the existence of the dragon-slaying system that he was able to achieve his current achievements in these years. His immortal meridian was more than 100 times stronger than an ordinary early-stage earth immortal. The amount of immortal qi required for a breakthrough was naturally more. To be able to break through to the intermediate earth immortal realm in a short 4,000 years was already considered a rapid advancement. To the immortals outside, they did not know that Ning Qi could cultivate in the top-tier training ground. If they found out that Ning Qi used more than 10 years to break through another small realm, they would definitely be even more shocked. Ning Qi did not plan to consume the remaining 50,000 heavenly spirit pills. Instead, he wanted to use them to exchange for the spiritual materials to refine the heavenly spirit pills. After spending another few decades to stabilize his cultivation, Ning Qi left the top-tier training ground and found Ingzhenxuan. "Big brother, you've finished your seclusion?" Ingzhenxuan seemed to be a little worried. "What happened?" Ning Qi's eyes flickered. During this period of time, many prodigies from the outside world came to Ancestral Star. They came from all kinds of immortal realms, and they all have one thing in common: they are all perfected earth immortals with extremely strong combat strength. In our Yingzhou, other sects, except for our Xianjian sect, were challenged by them. And the result? We lost. We lost completely. Even the sects in the other 9 states, such as Fenglin State, Juku State, and Ancestral State, didn't have a single earth immortal prodigy who was a match for them. Ingzhenxuan said solemnly. Even the earth immortals of the Yuqing sect are no match for them? Ning Qi was startled. Yes. Ingzhenxuan nodded. Ning Qi's eyes flickered. In this case, The background of these perfected Earth immortals was probably no weaker than the Yuqing sect. Is there anyone on the Earth immortal ranking? Ningqi asked. I don't think so. The names of those who registered couldn't be found on the Earth immortal ranking. They are probably geniuses who are below the top 100 but infinitely close to it, Ying Zhenxuan said. They challenged so many sects, but they didn't challenge our Xianjian sect? Ning Qi seemed to have thought of something, and his lips curled up into a faint smile. That's right. Ying Zhenxuan glanced at Ning Qi and said in a low voice, Rumor has it that they're here to watch a big show. Challenging our ancestral stars' sects is just a matter of convenience. I think it won't be long before the geniuses on the earthly immortal ranking arrive one after another. Big brother, I don't think they're here with good intentions. They're here for you. I think they are here for you. Is that so? Chapter 2444. No matter how chaotic the outside world was now, it seemed to have nothing to do with Ning Qi. He left the top cultivation training ground in order to exchange the remaining 50,000 heavenly spirit pills for alchemy spiritual materials and continue his path of advancement. At least before reaching the zenith heaven golden immortal realm, Ning Qi's cultivation speed could be countless times faster than ordinary people. How to attain the Tao fruit, and what the Tao fruit was, could only be discussed when the time came. Big brother, there's one more thing. Elder Murong and the others have come to the Moonless Peak several times recently. They're looking for you. It's related to the low-grade Tao artifact you obtained in the ancient immortal secret realm. Ying Zhenxuan said. I'll sell that low-grade Tao tool and exchange it for the heavenly spirit pills pill formula. Ning Qi smiled. At the same time, he gave Ying Zhenxuan 5,000 heaven spirit pills. Some time ago, he had given many spirit jade pills and earth spirit pills to the missing moon peak. The cultivation speed of Fanxing and the rest had increased significantly. In just a few decades there might not be any result. His disciples' cultivation will increase by a large margin. With these 5,000 heavenly spirit pills, the missing moon peak would not need to worry about cultivation resources for a long time. Ying Zhenxuan took the interspatial ring in surprise and scanned it with her divine telekinesis. She looked at Ning Qi excitedly and asked, Big brother, did you refine all these heavenly spirit pills? The grade seems to be extremely high. The Xianjian sect also distributed heaven spirit pills, but the heaven spirit pills were only distributed to disciples of the heaven immortal stage, or elders of the heaven immortal stage. Back then, Elder Ying's quota was about 15 pills a year. Sometimes it was more and sometimes it was less. To Elder Ying, these heavenly spirit pills could barely extend his lifespan by a little. They were considered pills that could save his life. She didn't expect that Ning Qi would directly give her 5,000 heavenly spirit pills this time. Moreover, the grade of the pills seemed to be very high. In this way, the cultivation resources of the Moonless Peak would become incomparably abundant. They are all top-grade third grade. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. When he was in the Qin Tang Empire, his talent in alchemy had already been revealed, and it was countless times stronger than his talent in cultivation. For ordinary people to refine heavenly spirit pills, it was already extremely good to be able to refine low-grade and stable pills. As for middle-grade or even high-grade pills, the pill refining techniques required were extremely meticulous. After Ning Qi familiarized himself with them, almost every batch of pills was of the best quality of the third step, and of course, there was also the Taishang Laojuan's pill furnace. He couldn't escape responsibility. Is Marshal Nephew Beixian here? A loud voice rang out. Ying Zhenxuan put away the interspatial ring and said to Ning Qi, Elder Murong and the others are here again. Seeing that, Ning Qi smiled and went out with Ying Zhenxuan. As expected, he saw Murong, Nangong, and the other 3 golden immortal elders of the Xianjian sect. Murong's eyes lit up when he saw Ning Qi. He stepped forward and said with a smile, Marshal Nephew Beishian, it's not easy for us to meet you. Elder Murong, you must be joking. May I know what matters the elders have? Ning Qi smiled. They looked at each other, then Murong said with a smile, I heard that Marshal Nephew Beishian obtained a low-grade Dao artifact from the ancient immortal secret realm. It's a spear? Not bad. Ning Qi nodded lightly. Many people knew about it, and he did not plan to hide it. Things were different now, as long as he mentioned the name of the Jade Pure Ancestor, who on the ancestral star would dare to snatch his Dao item. What's more, Ning Qi was hoping that someone would come knocking on his door and give him some merit point. Along the way, the upper clear treasure pavilion had never hidden their whereabouts. Unfortunately, those guys seemed to have learned their lesson, and no one dared to look for Ning Qi. Well, Marshal Nephew Ning already has 2 low-grade Dao artifacts. I think that one is useless to Marshal Nephew Ning. Why don't you sell it to us? What do you think, Marshal Nephew Ning? Murong said with a smile. Nangong and the others also had a look of anticipation in their eyes. They were still using pseudo-Dao artifact. If they could get a low-grade Dao artifact, their battle power would definitely increase greatly. This low-grade Dao artifact has already been sold to the upper clear treasure pavilion. Ning Qi smiled. What? Why did you sell it to the upper clear treasure pavilion? Don't let fertile water flow to outsiders. Does Marshal Nephew Ning not understand this principle? Murong and Nangong were only slightly startled, but a trace of anger appeared in the eyes of the other 3. Ning Qi glanced at the 3 of them indifferently. He rarely interacted with the 3 of them, and right now the 3 of them seemed to be blaming him for selling good things to other sects, which was a little shameless. The thing was his, he could sell it to whoever he wanted to, who had the right to criticize him. I have exchanged for the Heavenly Spirit Pills pill formula. I wonder if our Xianjian sect has this item? Ning Qi said indifferently. The pill formula for the Heavenly Spirit Pill? Murong and the others immediately came to a realization. At the same time, they felt that it was a pity. If they had the pill formula for the Heavenly Spirit Pill, it was very likely that this low-grade Dao artifact would be theirs. They had already heard that Ning Qi's method of refining Earth Spirit Pills was better than Bai Yuan, one of the 8 great alchemy grandmasters of the Yingzhou continent. This matter had shocked the Xianjian sect back then, and at the same time, let them know why there were suddenly so many Earth Spirit Pills on the missing Moon Peak, and they were even of the 2nd stage. Pill formulas are good things that have been passed down for thousands of generations. This is not bad either. I wonder when Marshal Nephew Ning will send the pill formulas to the Pill Mountain. At that time, my Xianjian sect's share of Heaven's Spirit Pills will definitely increase greatly. Yingzhenxuan frowned slightly when she heard that. Ning Qi looked at the golden immortal elder indifferently, smiled, and ignored him. Instead, he said to Murong and Nangong, I still have important matters to attend to. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Be careful on the way. The ancestral planet is not peaceful these days. Murong nodded, paused, and sent a voice transmission. According to accurate information, the ancestral planet is not only filled with Earth immortals. There are also many Heaven immortals, Golden immortals, and even Zenith Heaven immortals. There is also a profound immortal who is currently a guest at the Jade Clear sect. Ning Qi's eyes moved. Murong's information was more detailed than Yingzhenxuan's. In other words, there were 2 profound immortals on the ancestral planet? Thank you, Elder Murong. Ning Qi cupped his fists and nodded at Yingzhenxuan. Then, he rose into the air and disappeared from everyone's sight. At that moment, the other 3 golden immortals looked at each other in dissatisfaction, and one of them said, Marshal Nephew Beishian doesn't seem to plan to send the Heaven's Spirit Pill formula to the Pill Mountain? Elder Wang, this is the formula that Big Brother obtained with his own strength. You want him to hand it over to the Pill Mountain and Yi Rulong? Aren't you joking? Yingzhenxuan's lips curled up. Zhenxuan, you can't say that. The other party seemed to be planning to give a lecture, but Ing Zhenxuan also bowed to Murong and Nangong before leaving. One of them is the number 1 on the Earth Immortal ranking, and the other is Ing Zizai's daughter. They don't even give face to us golden immortals. I'm afraid the ancestral planet is going to change. Chapter 2445. Stone River Pill Sect. Ning Qi turned into a goshawk and traveled 90,000 miles in a single breath. In just a few days, he had arrived at the Stone River Pill Sect. His speed was much faster than before. Perhaps not even an early golden immortal could be compared to Ning Qi in terms of speed. Along the way, Ning Qi saw quite a few perfect Earth immortals. Through his stats panel, Ning Qi found out that they came from a variety of backgrounds, including the Heavenly Ancient Immortal Realm, the Ancient Heavenly Court, and various other immortal realms. However, none of them could find Ning Qi. His speed was so fast that they could not detect him with their divine sense. Today, the atmosphere in the Stone River Pill Sect seemed a little off. Even the disciples guarding the entrance were nowhere to be seen. Ning Qi walked straight in, and not too far away, he heard the sounds of battle ahead, accompanied by wails and the crisp sound of immortal swords shattering. This is intolerable! Hua Chongguang and the other heavenly immortal elders stood together, their faces livid as they watched the scene before them. All around them were disciples of the Stone River Pill Sect. Apart from Hua Chongguang, Zhu Duochun and Xiang Yan were there as well. Ing Chuanfeng, who had once made a deal with Ning Qi, was now standing before them, watching the scene with an indifferent expression. Within the encirclement of the tens of thousands of disciples of the Stone River Pill Sect stood over 10 figures. One of them emanated the aura of a golden immortal, 2 of them emanated the aura of a perfected heavenly immortal, and the rest were all at the perfected earthly immortal realm. Before them lay over 10 geniuses of the Stone River Pill Sect, without exception. All of them appeared to be gravely injured. The ancestral star has really declined. I was just a puny human immortal when I left the ancestral star. Now that I've ascended as a golden immortal, the ancestral star remains the same. You inner sect disciples of the Stone River Pill Sect would only be outer sect disciples in my place, not prodigies. The golden immortal looked mockingly at Ing Chuanfeng, but his words infuriated the disciples of the Stone River Pill Sect around him. Perhaps to match his words, the 2 perfect heavenly immortals and the other perfect earth immortals laughed softly, looking at the disciples of the Stone River Pill Sect around them with mockery in their eyes. Jin Zitsang, you were taught a lesson by me many years ago. Is that why you've come to my Stone River Pill Sect to show off? Eagle Chuanfeng said indifferently. The golden immortal's expression shifted as if he had thought of something. A cold glint flashed through his eyes as he sneered. Frenzied eagle, I wonder if you can still teach me a lesson today? Whoosh! The 2 of them attacked at almost the same time, and the crowd only heard a loud bang. Then, they saw Jin Zitsang take a step back, while Eagle Chuanfeng took a step and a half back. They couldn't see the exact details, but from this point alone, it was clear that Eagle Chuanfeng's cultivation was weaker than his opponent's. Jin Zitsang let out a long laugh. Lunatic eagle, you have long lost your spirituality after staying in a place like the ancestral star. Back then, you were an earth immortal and I was a man immortal, but now I have surpassed you. TSK, the world is truly unpredictable. Elder Ing, Hua Chongguang and the others looked at Chuanfeng with anger in their eyes. They wanted Chuanfeng to summon Ancestor Stone River and kill him. However, they could only think about it. Ancestor Stone River wasn't here for revenge. He was here to challenge them. He had never killed a disciple of the Stone River Pill Sect. Zhu had no reason to attack. What happened? Ning Qi asked an outer disciple of the Stone River Pill Sect. The outer sect disciple did not even turn his head as he said solemnly, This is Jin Zitsang, I heard that he was also from the ancestral star, and was defeated by Elder Ing. Later on, he went to the heavenly ancient mystic realm, and I heard that he even joined some profound azure mansion, and is now a golden immortal. Now, he has become a golden immortal, and he brought his geniuses to challenge us. Unfortunately, I am not an earth immortal, otherwise I will definitely fight them. Profound azure mansion? Ning Qi was startled. He didn't expect to see an immortal from the profound azure mansion on the ancestral star, but he didn't think that they were here for little Six. Instead, they were here for him. Aren't you Ning, senior martial brother Ning? The outer sect disciple of the Stone River Pill sect turned his head to look at Ning Qi. Once he turned his head, he could no longer turn his head back. He stared at Ning Qi with his mouth agape. The surrounding disciples of the Stone River Pill sect all looked at Ning Qi with shock in their eyes. "Ing Chuan Feng, we need to go to the next sect, let's not waste time here." "Hee, there is no one in the Stone River Pill sect who can fight." Jin Zitsong smiled and shook his head. Just when he was about to leave with his people, the disciples of the Stone River Pill sect behind him opened up a path. Jin Zitsong's eyes moved, and then he saw a guy with a mid-earth immortal chi walking out. Seeing this, Jin Zitsong couldn't help but sneer. He didn't expect that it was just a mid-earth immortal chi. It's him. Hua Chongguang, Zhu Duochun, and the other elders and disciples of the Stone River Pill sect were all shocked to see Ning Qi. They were surprised to see him here. Senior martial brother Ning is here? Xiang Yan's eyes suddenly showed a hint of surprise. This kid is here. Ing Chuan Feng was startled, and then the corner of his mouth rose into a faint smile. No one knew what he was thinking. It seems like he is also an inner disciple of the Stone River Pill sect? Jian Yi, go and have a spar with him. Jin Zitsong glanced at Ing Chuan Feng, and the corner of his mouth curved into a cold smile. Yes. The perfection stage earthly immortal called Jian Yi nodded, and then he pointed lightly at Ning Qi. An immortal sword instantly flashed towards Ning Qi like a bolt of lightning, and it was so swift that it caused many geniuses of the Stone River Pill sect to be astounded. So it turned out that when Jian Yi fought with their senior brothers, he hadn't even reached the immortal realm yet. How could an earth immortal realm cultivator stop such a fast immortal sword? Ning Qi frowned. He stretched out his hand and squeezed. The flying sword instantly stopped moving, and Ning Qi held it in his hand. When the disciples of the Stone River Pill sect saw this, they were shocked. A supreme-grade immortal weapon, I'll keep it. Ning Qi smiled and wiped away the divine sense on the sword, and threw it into his spatial bag. The other party stared at Ning Qi in disbelief, and spurted out a mouthful of blood. It was an internal injury caused by the wiping of his divine sense. Is this kid really a mid-earth immortal realm cultivator? Jin Zitsong's expression changed, and his eyes were filled with doubt. The disciples beside Jian Yi were stunned when they saw Ning Qi taking away his immortal sword. Chapter 2446. Jian Wen's expression was ferocious, but at the same time, he was a little confused. He couldn't understand why there was a middle-stage earthly immortal on this declining planet. How could he take away his immortal sword so easily? Even the divine sense on it was erased? Just as he was about to suppress Ning Qi and investigate what was going on, Ning Qi had already kicked Jian Yi in the chest. He flew backward at a speed faster than when he came and crashed heavily into the ground. He kept rolling, and the gravel on the ground scattered everywhere. Jian Yi had dug a long ditch on the ground. Master. Jian Yi propped up half of his body with his hands and glanced at Jin Zitsong in a daze. Then, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and fell limply to the ground. He breathed in more than he breathed out, and the aura of his realm seemed to have started to become unstable. In the next moment, there was a popping sound in front of everyone. His cultivation realm had dropped from the Earth Immortal Great Circle to the Earth Immortal Late Stage. So powerful, as expected of Ning Beixian. When the disciples of the Stone River Pill sect saw this, they felt relieved and happy. They looked at Ning Qi with eyes full of worship. However, they didn't reveal Ning Qi's identity at the same time. They hid their joy in their hearts. "Who are you?" Jin Zitsang looked at Ning Qi coldly. His robe fluttered with an invisible force. "Ah, Jin Zitsang, didn't you say that there's no one in my Stone River Pill sect who can fight?" Ying Chuanfeng suddenly laughed and interrupted Jin Zitsang's thoughts. Jin Zitsang didn't wait for Ning Qi to introduce himself, and he glanced at the disciples by his side. They'd long since been unable to restrain themselves when they saw Jianyi being injured by Ning Qi, and after they received the signal from their master, another perfection stage earthly immortal realm expert instantly stood out and attacked Ning Qi without saying a word. Bang! One punch. The opponent was even weaker than Jianyi. He fell unconscious after falling to the ground. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His cultivation realm started to weaken and fell to the Earth Immortal Great Circle. Ning Qi grabbed another supreme-grade celestial artifact and put it into his spatial bag. The guy who had been unconscious spat out another mouthful of blood, and his face turned red. "Didn't you say that there's no one in the Stone River Pill sect who can fight? How about this, all of you come at me together?" Ning Qi said with a faint smile. If they weren't from the profound Azure Mansion, Ning Qi wouldn't have been so harsh on them. Unfortunately, the profound Azure Mansion had a grudge with Little Six, which meant that Ning Qi also had a grudge with Little Six. Ning Qi didn't mind collecting some interest from the profound Azure Mansion without them knowing. They had to be destroyed. The scene instantly went slightly silent. No matter if it was Jin Zitsang, the two Perfection Stage Heavenly Immortals behind him, or the group of Perfection Stage Earthly Immortals, all of them were slightly surprised and shocked by this scene. As for the disciples of the Stone River Pill sect, after a moment of shock, they entered a state of ecstasy. They felt incomparably comfortable. "Who asked you to be so arrogant? Now you've met a tough opponent, right? Arrogant brat!" Jin Zitsang was instantly enraged, but he managed to maintain a shred of rationality. Judging from Ning Qi's methods just now, the prodigy disciples he brought this time might not be a match for Ning Qi in a one-on-one battle. Where did the Stone River Pill sect get such a monster? Jin Zitsang didn't have time to think about it. He seemed to have noticed Ying Chuanfeng's mocking gaze, and he immediately made a decision. No matter what, he couldn't lose face in front of the Stone River Pill sect today. Even if he had to beat him up, he wouldn't hesitate. "All of you, join forces and suppress this kid." "Master? How dare you disobey Master's words?" Yes. The profound Azure Mansion's geniuses that Jin Zitsang brought with him looked at each other. Then, they connected their qi and their bodies shined with the same light. "Formation? Shameless. Even if we attack together, we still need to use a formation? Humph. So the cultivators of the outside world aren't that amazing after all." When the disciples of the Stone River Pill sect saw this, they all cursed out loud. Just now, they did not dare to make a sound because there was indeed no one in the Stone River Pill sect who was a match for Jin Zitsang and his group of disciples. But now it was different. With Ning Qi present, they did not believe that this group of Earth Immortals could be a match for Ning Qi. More than 300? Obviously, these Earth Immortals had not entered the Earthly Immortal Leaderboard. Only the top 100 geniuses of the Earthly Immortal Leaderboard had the ability to fight Heaven Immortals. However, no one expected that after the other party chose to gang up on them, they actually displayed some sort of consecutive attack array. This was really shameless. The dozen of Earth Immortals in front of Ning Qi had a serious look on their faces. After performing some kind of consecutive attack array, their qi merged together and became much stronger than an ordinary early-stage Heaven Immortal. Seeing this, Eagle Chuan Feng and the other elders of the Stone River Pill sect's expression changed slightly. Ordinary disciples might not be able to see the power of this array, but they could. Dozens of Earth Immortals in the Stone River Pill sect's peak stage could already unleash the strength of an early-stage Heaven Immortal. Isn't this kind of array a little too terrifying? This might be the gap between the two inheritances, and also one of the reasons why the immortals of the outside world looked down on the ancestral star. Kill. The majestic immortal Qi swept towards Ning Qi like a raging tide. When it was about to reach Ning Qi, the raging tide gathered together and transformed into a flying sword that was not an immortal sword, but was even more powerful than an immortal sword. It had an aura that was almost similar to a pseudo-Dao artifact. What kind of array is this? Eagle Chuan Feng was shocked. Exactly what sort of formation is capable of allowing an existence at the perfection stage of the earthly immortal realm to condense the energy of the Grand Tao? Could it be that the profound Azure Mansion's inheritance was so much more powerful than the Stone River Pill sect's inheritance? A terrifying murderous intent swept in all directions. In an instant, the entire Stone River Pill sect was filled with this terrifying murderous intent. It was not an ordinary murderous intent, but a murderous intent that contained the aura of the great Tao. The Tao of slaughter. Jin Zitsong smirked and glanced at Eagle Chuan Feng coldly. Is this the genius cultivated by your Stone River Pill sect? He's going to die today. That's not necessarily true. Eagle Chuan Feng had a strange look on his face. Jin Zitsong was slightly stunned because Eagle Chuan's reaction was slightly strange, and a trace of bewilderment had just arisen in his mind when he saw his personal disciples at the perfection stage of the earthly immortal realm let out shrill cries as they were blasted flying. As for the aura of the Grand Tao of slaughter, it instantly vanished into nothingness. There's no one in your profound Azure Mansion that can fight. Ning Qi laughed. Ah! Everyone in the Stone River Pill sect burst into laughter. The group of profound Azure Mansion's Earth Immortals, who were invincible in their eyes, were now falling to the late-stage Earth Immortal realm. Damn you! Chapter 2447. This profound Azure Mansion is shameless. The disciples of Stone River Pill sect couldn't help but curse. Even a Sky Immortal Peak stage cultivator joined the fray? Was this still a challenge? Ning Qi's eyes narrowed. Even though Chen Shi was at the perfection stage of the heavenly immortal realm, Chen Shi was more than a little stronger than the likes of Lu Shan that he'd met in the past. But so what? Ning Qi's body moved slightly and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the Sky Immortal Peak stage cultivator. At this moment, the 8 inner hidden gates of the 9 inner hidden gates were opened. His blood vitality boiled like a furnace, and an incomparably terrifying strength spread from his body to his arms, and then to his palms, ruthlessly smashing into the stunned fellow's face. Bang! A crisp sound echoed in the sky. The Sky Immortal Peak stage cultivator was sent flying in front of everyone's eyes. His body was stuck in an empty space hundreds of feet away from the crowd. It was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Even Chuan Feng and Jin Zitsong had stopped fighting and were staring into the distance. Senior brother! The other Sky Immortal Peak stage cultivator exclaimed. He flew to check on his senior brother's injury and pulled him out of the ground. Everyone saw that there were many whorls on his neck. It was as if his head had been spinning a lot during the process of flying. However, this injury was not fatal to a perfected heavenly immortal. He was still hanging on to his last breath, but his eyes, nostrils, ears and mouth were all bleeding. Damn it, Chuan Feng, how dare you trick me? This guy is definitely not a mid-earth immortal. Tell me, is he a golden immortal elder of Stone River Pill sect in disguise? What kind of treasure did he use to hide his aura? Even I couldn't detect it. Jin Zitsong looked at Chuan Feng angrily. In his eyes, Chuan Feng was even more shameless than him. He is a mid-earth immortal. Are you blind? Chuan Feng said lightly. He looked calm on the surface, but he was extremely shocked by Ning Qi's attack. His shock was no less than Jin Zizong's. Because he knew that Ning Qi was a mid-stage earth immortal, it was impossible for him to hide his cultivation. But Ning Qi had to use the mountain and river purple golden hammer to suppress a sky immortal. Now, even a sky immortal peak sky immortal from the profound azure mansion was no match for him. Just what level of strength did he possess? I'm afraid even an early-stage golden immortal wouldn't be able to easily suppress this kid, right? In just a few decades, a human immortal has grown to such a level. I'm afraid this kid's background is much stronger than the profound azure mansion. Eagle Chuan Feng sighed inwardly. Everyone knew that Ning Qi was not a native of the ancestral star. Whether it's a golden immortal or not, I'll know once I try. Jin Zizong looked at Ning Qi with a cold expression. Just as he was about to make a move, a mighty and terrifying aura instantly enveloped Jin Zizong, causing him to feel cold all over. He didn't dare to act rashly. Patriarch! Everyone hurriedly saluted the figure that suddenly appeared in midair. Yes. Ancestor Stone River smiled and nodded. Then, his gaze fell on Ning Qi. Little Ning, why are you free to come to my Stone River Pill sect today? This kid isn't from the Stone River Pill sect? Jin Zizong was startled, and his expression immediately became somewhat ugly. Ning brat. He suddenly thought of something and looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. First on the Earth Immortal ranking, Ning Beixian. His surname was also Ning. I'm here to trade for something. Ning Qi smiled. Just tell me what you want. I'll give you a 50% discount. Ancestor Stone River said with a smile. Thank you very much, Patriarch. Ning Qi smiled. Then, Ancestor Stone River's gaze fell on Jin Zizong. Jin Zizong was currently enduring an extremely terrifying pressure. His forehead was already dripping with cold sweat. What are you waiting for? Yes, Jin Zizong lowered his head and answered. Then, he hurriedly left the Stone River Pill sect with his disciples, who were heavily injured and only had one heaven immortal among them. The disciples of the Stone River Pill sect looked at Jin Zizong's panicked back with gloating looks in their eyes. If Jin Zizong didn't want to attack Ning Qi, Ancestor Stone River wouldn't have shown up, but he was suppressed by Ancestor Stone River. Although he was from the profound azure mansion, he was just an early golden immortal. Facing a great Luo golden immortal who had attained Dao fruit, he couldn't do anything. He didn't dare to be as arrogant as he was in front of Eagle Chuan Feng. Master, Junior Brother and the others, we must avenge them. The only uninjured peak sky immortal glared at Jin Zizong. This time, they followed Jin Zizong to the ancestral star for two reasons. First, they wanted to see if there were any treasures in the ancestral star, and second, Jin Zizong was originally from the ancestral star, and he wanted to visit an old friend. He thought that it was just a relaxing trip, but he did not expect that Stone River Pill sect alone had suffered a great loss. More than a dozen Earth Immortal Prodigies cultivation had dropped, and even a Sky Immortal True Disciple was half dead. Of course, we need to take revenge, but we need to think about how to do it. First, bring your brothers to the ancestral star. Soon, there will be geniuses from the Earth Immortal ranking list coming to the ancestral star. At that time, the people behind them will also come. Maybe the great Luo Golden Immortals of the profound Azure Mansion will also come. Stone River Pill sect is nothing to us. Jin Zizong said coldly. At the same time, he felt that it was necessary to find out more about Ning Beixian. He wanted to know if this person was the Earth Immortal Rankings Golden Immortal. Senior Brother Ning. The disciples of the Stone River Pill sect gathered around Ning Qi, their eyes filled with either excitement or awe. Even Hua Chongguang and the other heavenly immortal elders looked at Ning Qi in a completely different light. Quite a few of them lowered their heads guiltily. They had tried to kill Ning Qi before, but had never succeeded. They were glad that they didn't, otherwise they would have died in Ning Qi's hands. "Alright, all of you back off," Stone River Pill Sect ancestor said. The disciples of Stone River Pill Sect retreated to the side, but they were still excited. Ning Qi's cultivation and his ability to defeat Jin Zitsong and the others made them look forward to meeting him. "Little brother Ning, what do you want to exchange for?" Stone River Pill Sect ancestor looked at Ning Qi with a smile. "I want to exchange for some spiritual materials for Heavenly Spirit Pill. Do you have extra?" Ning Qi smiled. Heavenly Spirit Pill? Did he know how to refine heaven and earth spirit? Even Stone River Pill Sect ancestor was shocked. "This is not the place to talk. Little brother Ning, please follow me." Chapter 2448. Stone River Elixir Sect. In the guest hall, Elder Chuan Feng and the other elders stood behind Ancestor Stone River. Everyone's gazes fell on Ning Qi. Their eyes were filled with suspicion and surprise. Exchanging top-grade Grade 3 Heavenly Spirit Pills for alchemy materials? Ancestor sure he thought he had heard it wrong, so he confirmed it again. As one of the 8 great alchemy grandmasters in Yingzhou, he was also an expert in refining heaven spirit pills. However, the best grade he could refine was only upper grade tier 3. Not every cauldron could reach such a level. Basically, only 1 out of 100 cauldrons could be produced. 98 of the cauldrons were mid-grade grade 3 and 1 was lower grade grade 3. In other words, as a Daluo Golden Celestial, Ancestor sure his alchemy skills could only guarantee that he could refine a middle-grade 3rd stage Heavenly Spirit Pill. Now that he heard that Ning Qi wanted to exchange a top-grade 3rd stage Heavenly Spirit Pill for alchemy materials, it was unbelievable. After all, it was a Tier 3 Heavenly Spirit Pill, not a Tier 2 Earth Spirit Pill. Not bad. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. With a flip of his palm, a translucent 3rd stage top-grade Heavenly Spirit Pill that seemed to have white qi swimming within it appeared in front of everyone. Everyone subconsciously counted the white qi in the pill. The Heavenly Spirit Pill didn't have a distinct fragrance. To judge its quality, they had to count the white qi in the pill. Low-grade Heavenly Spirit Pills had 3 to 5 white qi. Mid-grade ones had 6 to 10 white qi. High-grade ones had 11 to 20 white qi, and supreme-grade ones had 21 to 30 white qi. The white qi was the essence of the Heavenly Spirit Pill. The more white qi there was, the stronger the effect. 1, 2, 3, 25, 26, 30. This is a perfect Tier 3 Heavenly Spirit Pill. Did Ning Beixian really refine it himself? Everyone gasped and looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. They thought that the Heavenly Spirit Pill Ning Qi took out would have around 20 white qi. They didn't expect it to be of such high quality. Not bad. It's indeed a Tier 3 Heavenly Spirit Pill. Even I can't refine something of this quality. Ancestor Stone River gently waved his hand, and the pill fell into his hand. After carefully examining it, he couldn't help but sigh. He looked at Ning Qi and said, "Little brother Ning, the Heaven Spirit Pills you want to exchange are all of this quality?" "About the same." Ning Qi nodded. 30 streaks of white qi could not appear all at once. Most of them were between 28 and 30. "I said before that I would give you a 50% discount, so I will keep my word. A top-grade 3rd step Heavenly Spirit Pill can be exchanged for 15 sets of alchemy materials. I will give you 30 sets, which can be considered the cost price. What does little brother Ning think?" Ancestor Stone River said. "Then I'll exchange it for 45,000 Heavenly Spirit Pills." Ning Qi laughed. Hiss. Eagle Chuan went crazy. Hiss. Zhu Duochun hissed. Hiss. Hua Chongguang gasped. Hiss. The many celestial immortals and golden immortal elders all stared in shock. Hiss! Ancestor Stone River. Everyone stared blankly at Ningqi, wondering if his words were a joke. Even the Stone River Pill sect only distributed a mere 2,000 Heaven Spirit pills every year. Most of them were lower-grade Tier 3 pills, and only a few were middle-grade Tier 3 pills or upper-grade Tier 3 pills. But now Ningqi was proposing to exchange 45,000 top-grade Level 3 Heavenly Spirit pills for alchemy materials. This was too fantastical. Little brother Ning, are you joking? Ancestor Stone River said with a smile. Is it too much? I wonder how many spiritual materials Ancestor can give me? Ningqi asked tentatively. Ancestor Stone River's expression became extremely solemn. It seemed that the other party was not joking. He really had that many Heavenly Spirit pills. Where did this guy get more than 40,000 Heavenly Spirit pills? Did he abandon the ancestral tomb of some profound immortal or even a Tai true immortal? Speaking of which, there were indeed many tombs hidden on the ancestral planet, but they had not appeared for many years. Now, everyone suspected that Ningqi had found such a tomb. No one believed that Ningqi could have refined these Heavenly Spirit pills alone. After all, there was not enough time. How long had it been since Ningqi left? Only a few decades. 300,000 spiritual materials. This is the total amount of Heavenly Spirit pills that my Stone River Pill sect has left. I will exchange it for 10,000 Heavenly Spirit pills, Ancestor Stone River said after some consideration. If it was any other pill, he might not have been able to take out all the spiritual materials he had. However, it just so happened that he was exchanging them for Heaven Spirit pills. These 10,000 Heaven Spirit pills were extremely beneficial to the Stone River Pill sect. At least for the time being, the Heaven Immortals of the Stone River Pill sect would be able to consume them. The grade of the Heavenly Spirit pills would be greatly improved, and it would greatly benefit one's cultivation. Thank you, Ancestor. Here are 10,000 top-grade Tier 3 Heavenly Spirit pills. Please have a look. Ningqi was slightly disappointed. He had thought that he would be able to exchange for all of them. He did not expect that the Stone River Pill sect would have so little stock. However, to be able to exchange for 300,000 was not bad. As for the rest, he would look for the Clear Treasure Pavilion. With the strength of the High Clarity sect, he would be able to easily exchange for them. Ancestor sure, he took the interspatial ring from Ningqi and scanned it with his divine mind. What he saw were all the best rank 3 Heaven Spirit pills. He couldn't help but ask Ningqi, "Little brother Ning, did you dig a god's tomb?" Ningqi was startled. Chuan Feng, go get the spiritual materials. Ancestor Stone River shook his head and no longer asked about this matter. He turned to Eagle Chuan Feng and ordered. Soon, Ningqi and Ancestor Stone River completed the transaction and headed to Lianghe Market with 300,000 Heavenly Spirit pills, spiritual materials. In just a short period of time, there were already many ferry boats arriving at the ancestral star. As Ningqi hurried along, he saw an extremely large ferry boat hovering above his head. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a warship, and it seemed to have an aura similar to Old Man Mysterious Sword. Kid, which continent of the ancestral star is this? Suddenly, an aura swept toward Ningqi. Ningqi moved and appeared on the warship. In front of him stood a red-haired old man, and behind him stood many golden immortals, heavenly immortals, and earthly immortals. Everyone's eyes fell on Ningqi, and there was a faint smile on their faces. It felt like a city dweller entering the countryside and seeing a country bumpkin. Ningqi smiled. This is the Fenglin province. Fenglin province. The red-haired old man looked at Ningqi with a hint of reminiscence in his eyes. Another fella who left the ancestral star? Ningqi's mind stirred. Ancestor, it is said that the ancestral star is a land of decline, but I can see that the kid's aura is quite robust. The three golden immortals beside the red-haired old man looked at each other, and one of them looked at Ning-Chi with a smile. The red-haired old man looked at Ning-Chi from head to toe and then waved his hand. Just like how he came, Ning-Chi was inexplicably returned to where he was before, and when he looked up again, the ferry boat was gone. Chapter 2449. Ning-Chi continued towards Lianghe Market, but not long after, he heard an angry roar from afar. It seemed to be saying, "How dare you trick me?" Ning-Chi's figure moved, and he used the first level of the 8-9 arcane art, transforming into an eagle. He flapped his wings and soon arrived at Lianghe Market. Shangqing Treasure Pavilion. Madame Jade sighed when she saw Ning-Chi. It had only been 10 years. Did he come to sell low-grade Dao artifacts again? Young Master Beixian, I wonder what you plan to sell this time? Madame Jade said with a smile. Does your treasure pavilion have spiritual materials to refine the heavenly spirit pill? Ning-Chi said. Spiritual materials to refine the heavenly spirit pill? Didn't Elder Shu give you 100,000 sets of spiritual materials last time? Madame Jade was slightly startled. She would never have guessed that Ning-Chi had already refined these 100,000 sets of spiritual materials into the heavenly spirit pill. There's no such thing as too many spiritual materials, Ning-Chi said with a smile. Young master, do you plan to use immortal stones or low-grade Dao artifacts to exchange for spiritual materials? Madame Jade smiled, a trace of anticipation in her eyes. She had profited greatly from Ning-Chi's transactions. Low-grade Dao artifacts? Ning-Chi sneered in his heart. Use the top-grade third-grade heavenly spirit pill. Top-grade third-grade heavenly spirit pill? Madame Jade's expression wasn't much different from Forefather Stone Rivers and the others. When Ning-Chi took out a heaven spirit pill and confirmed its rank, she couldn't help but be shocked. In the end, she came to an agreement with Ning-Chi. One top-grade level 3 heaven spirit pill in exchange for 15 sets of alchemy materials. Moreover, she could get Ning-Chi to eat all 35,000 of them. A total of 525,000. This time, Ning-Chi waited for a month of time. Shu Changfeng didn't come personally, and it was another perfection stage heavenly immortal who came instead. After the deal was over, that person even chatted with Ning-Chi for a while, and he seemed to want to observe the uniqueness of the first on the earthly immortal rankings at a close distance. At the same time, he asked if Ning-Chi was interested. Ning-Chi naturally refused to go to the Shangqing sect as a guest. What could be more important than raising his cultivation? Xianjian sect. Under the lead of Old Man Mysterious Sword, the various peak masters, elders, and disciples of the sect arrived at an incomparably huge open space in front of the mountain gate. In the sky above the Mysterious Sword sect stood a ferry boat, and on it stood a red-haired old man, who was looking at Old Man Mysterious Sword. Old fart, you're not dead yet? After a short while, the red-haired old man spoke. The Xianjian sect was in an uproar. This person actually dared to call their ancestor that. The eyes of the various peak leaders revealed a trace of anger. Only Morong and the others seemed to be recalling something. In their memories, this red-haired old man in front of them seemed somewhat familiar. You're 1 year older than me. If you're not dead, how would I dare to die? Cut the crap. What did the higher-ups want you to do? Old Man Mysterious Sword said indifferently. Above, the higher-ups suddenly thought of something, and a look of shock appeared in their eyes. There was one thing that they had already known from the moment they became the higher-ups of the Xianjian sect, and that was that the Xianjian sect was not an independent sect. Although it was created by the Mysterious Sword Old Man, in reality, the Xianjian sect was still in the Langya immortal domain. It was an extremely famous sect subsidiary. However, after so many years, the legendary upper sect had never appeared, and no one had come to the ancestral star, causing them to have long forgotten about this matter. Now, listening to the conversation between the mysterious sword old man and the red-haired old man, the other party seemed to be from the Langya immortal domain. The upper sect of the Xianjian sect? Didn't the ancestral star produce the first rank of the Earth immortal ranking? The sect master thinks that the ancestral star's luck seems to be recovering, and that there might be a mighty divine tomb gushing out, so he asked us to scout the way first. I originally wanted to go to the Feng Lin province to meet a few old friends, but halfway through, a kid lied to me and said that this is the Feng Lin province. I must teach him a good lesson. The red-haired old man said angrily. Old Man Mysterious Sword, as well as the various upper echelons and disciples of the Xianjian sect, had a strange expression on their faces. Wasn't the first rank of the Earth immortal ranking their Xianjian sect's disciple, Ning Beixian? And from the looks of it, the other party did not seem to know about this at all. Luck is recovering? Is it that easy? Old Man Mysterious Sword said flatly. You don't believe me. The sect master of the Yixian sect had personally calculated that within 200 years, an extraordinary treasure would appear in the ancestral star, and this treasure might revitalize the ancestral star and make it the birthplace of immortals in name. This news has already spread to several immortal realms. The Wind and Cloud sect, the Profound Sun sect, the Wu, the Wang sect, and so on. The superior sects of those sects are also on their way. The red-haired old man smiled. The sect master of the Yixian sect. Is he the mighty being who has the strength of an immortal monarch, but is unwilling to be conferred by the Langya immortal emperor? Old Man Mysterious Sword was slightly surprised. If the red-haired old man was not lying, then the news from the sect master of the Yixian sect would indeed be 80 to 90% true. Many years ago, even the Langya immortal emperor had personally admitted that he was inferior to the sect master of the Yixian sect in the Tao of divination. The disciples of the Yixian sect were all incomparably mystical, and their grasp was the closest to the heavenly Tao. The Yixian Tao, that was close to the heavenly Tao. On the mystic sword sect's side, everyone looked a little shocked. According to what the red-haired old man had said, it wouldn't be long before the ancestral star would gather and become a land of the military? For them, there were benefits, but the disadvantages were even greater. At that time, the mystic sword sect would probably be reduced to a second-rate sect, right? Perhaps it was just that, only with the Yuqing sect, would they be able to contend against these forces. That's right, it's the sect master of the Yixian sect. The red-haired old man revealed a hint of admiration in his eyes and then said seriously, So, we have to start preparing early during this period of time. If there are any traces of the divine tomb, we have to send people over to investigate. This time, I brought back a lot of geniuses from the sect, and there are some divine tombs that you and I cannot enter. But these geniuses have low cultivation, so they can go in. When the time comes, the task of snatching resources will be handed over to them. Your disciples and grand-disciples, just send them out to gather information. These words directly caused everyone in the Mystic Sword sect to feel uncomfortable, especially the true disciples and the geniuses of the inner sect. However, when they saw the hundreds of earth immortals and heaven immortals behind the red-haired old man, they couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. The spirit of this group of people seemed to be stronger than theirs. Could it be that they were similar to the group of fellows who had challenged the various sects a while ago? Fortunately, we still have Ning Beixian. At least in the Earth Immortal stage, our Mystic Sword sect will not be weaker than them. The inner sect disciples of the various mountains suddenly thought of this. Why should my disciples and grand disciples go and gather information? Old Man Mysterious Sword raised his eyebrows. Chapter 2450. Wow! You still dare to appear. The red-haired old man laughed and reached out to grab Ningqi. Ningqi had just returned from Lianghe Market, and his speed was too fast. He saw the red-haired old man the moment he arrived at the Xianjian sect, but it was too late for him to leave now. Qi Yao, you dare to attack my sect's disciple? Ancestor Mysterious Sword flew into a rage. A golden shadow appeared in the sky above him. It was an immortal tree that bore 3 fruits. As soon as the figure appeared, everyone present felt a tremendous might radiating from Ancestor Xuanjian's body. Xianjian, are you crazy? The red-haired old man was shocked. An immortal tree with 4 fruits also appeared above his head. The 2 powers restrained each other, causing everyone present to feel relaxed. Bei Xin, go behind me. Old Man Mysterious Sword shouted at Ning Qi. Ning Qi nodded and appeared behind Old Man Mysterious Sword in a flash. He looked at the red-haired old man with a strange expression. Wasn't he going to the Fenglin province? Why would he appear in the Xianjian sect? Did he specially come to find him? He really was a vengeful old man. Ning Qi thought to himself. The red-haired old man suddenly pulled him onto the immortal boat and spoke rudely. Ning Qi could not be persuaded, so he naturally told the other party that this was the Fenglin province. However, was such a small matter worth it for the other party to mobilize so many people? Xianjian, this kid is a disciple of your Xianjian sect? The red-haired old man called Qi Yao looked at Old Man Mysterious Sword in surprise. Of course. Old Man Mysterious Sword sneered. If you dare to harm a single hair on his head, don't blame me for not showing mercy. The moment he said that, the geniuses behind Qi Yao looked at Ning Qi with puzzled eyes. He was just a mid-stage Earth immortal. Was it worth a zenith heaven to protect him? What's so great about this kid? Why are you so nervous about him? Even so, he dared to lie to me, so I can't let him off so easily. Qi Yao snorted. What did I lie to you about? Old Man Mysterious Sword sneered. At this moment, Ning Qi was sizing up the immortal tree above their heads. This is the Tao fruit? Ning Qi faintly guessed that this might be the true strength of a golden immortal because he sensed a trace of an extraordinary aura of the Grand Tao from the fruits above. For example, the aura of the Grand Tao from the 3 fruits of Old Man Mysterious Sword surpassed Ning Qi's Violet River Hammer. As for the red-haired old man's fruit, the great Tao energy on it was even thicker than Patriarch Xuanjian's. 3, 4, perhaps the number of these fruits is the reference to evaluate the strength of a perfected golden immortal. At this moment, Ying Zhinshuan, who was standing at the back, moved her lips slightly and sent a voice transmission to Ning Qi about the origin of the red-haired elder. Even though she knew that the other party might be able to hear her voice transmission, she still did it. Xianjian sect still has a high sect? It seems that the factions of the homeworld are not simple at all. Even though it is said to be a land of decline, there are still many eyes watching this place. The sovereign of the Mystic sect said that a rare treasure would appear in the homeworld within 200 years. I wonder if it has anything to do with the ancient immortal clan. Ning Qi thought to himself. I asked this kid which province this is, and he told me that this is the Fenglin province. Qi Yao pointed at Ning Qi and said angrily. When the Mystic Sword sect heard this, their eyes were filled with admiration as they looked at Ning Qi. Even Murong and the other golden immortal elders were the same. They did not have the guts to spout nonsense in front of a perfected golden immortal. Senior, you suddenly grabbed this kid, and this kid doesn't know if you are a friend or foe. Isn't it normal to respond like this? Ning Qi smiled. That's right. Elder Mysterious Sword nodded in satisfaction, looking at Qi Yao with a hint of schadenfreude. How dare you? The Patriarch is a mighty perfected golden immortal, and no matter what reason you have, you are not allowed to deceive him. The prodigies behind Qi Yao could not hold it in any more. Ning Qi's smile was really asking for a beating. What a sharp tongue. Mysterious Sword, are you going to fall out with me because of him? Qi Yao swept a cold glance at Ning Qi, then looked at Elder Mysterious Sword. At this moment, Everyone realized that the aura emitted by the immortal tree above the two was even more majestic. Almost the entire mystic sword sect was enveloped by a mysterious power of the great Tao. The golden immortals behind both sides looked at the two immortal trees enviously. The immortal congealing tree and the Tao fruit were the realms that they dreamed of. Only by reaching this step could one be considered a true immortal. Otherwise, all below the perfected golden immortal were ants. "Qi Yao, what do you want?" Elder Mysterious Sword sneered, not showing any weakness. Everyone felt that the current atmosphere was a little tense, and both sides were a little nervous. If the two perfected golden immortal ancestors fought, the mystic sword sect would definitely be reduced to ruins, and they would also be affected. How about this? I won't bully the weak. Isn't this kid at the Earth Immortal stage? Since you're so nervous about him, his talent must be pretty good. How about this? I'll send the weakest Earth Immortal prodigy on my side to fight with him. No matter who wins or loses, we'll let this matter go. Qi Yao sneered. The mystic sword sect's people had strange expressions. Elder Mysterious Sword laughed. All right, it's settled then. Why is this old fellow so straightforward? Qi Yao was startled, then he turned to look at the Earth Immortal prodigies he brought. This time, other than the worldly immortals, he brought quite a few Earth Immortals and Heaven Immortals. There were more than 70 Earth Immortal prodigies. All of them were at the perfected Earth Immortal stage, and the weakest among them was stronger than He Zhe of the Mystic Sword sect. One could see some clues from their essence, energy, and spirit. Luobwa, you come. Qi Yao pointed to one of them. It was a fatty. He looked left and right, then pointed to himself uncertainly. Ancestor, am I the weakest? Still not coming out. Qi Yao's eyebrows twitched. Luobwa was shocked, and immediately flew out, standing behind Qi Yao with a dissatisfied expression. He did not want to admit that he was the weakest among the Earth Immortals that Qi Yao brought. The others were not picked by Qi Yao, and all heaved a sigh of relief, their eyes revealing a hint of schadenfreude, not knowing if it was towards Luobwa or Ning Qi. Leave him with a breath, don't kill him, lest this old fellow fights me to the death. Qi Yao said indifferently. Yes, ancestor. Luobwa nodded, then stood in front of Ning Qi, cupped his hands and smiled. Junior brother, I'll let you have 3 moves first. I'll let you have 3 moves, regardless of whether it was the true disciples of the main peak or the geniuses of the various peaks. When they heard Luobwa's words, the strange look in their eyes grew heavier. Chapter 24:51. You want to give me 3 moves? Is that true? Ning Qi looked at Luobwa and confirmed. Of course it's true. I came from the upper sect, and you're a junior brother from the lower sect. As your senior brother, it's normal for me to give you 3 moves. Stop talking nonsense, junior brother, please make your move. Luobwa stood with his hands behind his back and smiled. Although he was judged to be the weakest among all the Earth Immortals who came to the Ancestral Star, he still wanted to show off in front of these junior brothers of the lower sect. If he directly defeated Ning Qi, he would not be able to achieve such an effect. He could only let his opponent make 3 moves and admit defeat. Powerful. The corner of Qi Yao's mouth rose as he looked at Old Man Mysterious Sword with a smile that was not a smile, only to find that Old Man Mysterious Sword was looking at him with a smile. What are you laughing at? Did you bring the best healing medicine? What do you mean? The two of them transmitted their voices to each other. All right, I'll make my move. Actually, I don't know many immortal arts. How about this? I use my fist. Ning Qi looked at Luobwa and smiled. Fist? As you wish, junior brother. Luobwa was startled, then smiled and nodded. What a joke, you want to hurt me with your fist. Seeing Ning Qi walking towards him step by step, Luobwa was still as calm as ever. Up until the moment Ning Qi punched out, he didn't do anything. He only activated a layer of immortal shield around his body. However, what was different from ordinary shields was that there were actually 2 golden dragons swimming around it. Immortal arts. When Heizei and the other prodigies of the mystic sword sect saw this, they were secretly shocked. When they used the immortal spirit shield, they only used the most primitive method to force the immortal spirit energy out of their bodies, and then control it into a shield. But Luobu's shield was obviously not that simple. Luobu's senior and junior brothers laughed as they watched this scene. 9 Dragon Cover was a secret technique that was not passed down within their sect. It was a rank 5 immortal technique, and only those with talent that was recognized by the sect could learn it. Moreover, it was different from ordinary rank 5 immortal technique. Defensive immortal techniques were even rarer, and they did not require any energy to use. Too much blood essence was the favorite immortal technique of those below the zenith heaven. Apart from their sect, there was nowhere else in the entire Langius celestial realm to learn it. Not to mention an intermediate earth immortal, even a peak earth immortal would have to stab dozens of times with an immortal sword to have a chance of breaking Luobu's 9 dragons cover. Moreover, they knew that 5th-grade immortal arts were extremely rare in the homeworld, and even golden immortals might not be able to learn the 5th-grade immortal arts in the Mystic Sword sect, much less a mere earth immortal midstage. This was simply an unfair battle. Soon, Ning Qi's fist landed on the 9-dragon canopy. With a cracking sound, the 9-dragon canopy shattered. Luobo watched in shock as Ning Qi's fist landed on his chest. Luobo opened his mouth. Then, his vision went black, and he fell down. Xianjian's sect's side was very quiet. The group of prodigies behind Qi Yao stared at Ning Qi with their mouths agape. Their eyes gradually revealed a trace of disbelief. What was going on? Qi Yao's expression changed slightly. He reached out to grab Luobo, seeing that Luobo had probably fainted from the pain and was not injured. He heaved a sigh of relief. Although he said that Luobo was the weakest among the group of Earth Immortals, to be able to be brought to the homeworld by him, he was naturally an extremely talented prodigy. Even if he did not have the chance to ask the heavenly Tao ranking, he would still have the chance to become a golden immortal in the future, or even attain the Tao fruit. Losing even one would hurt. Xianjian, who is this kid? Is he really a mid-stage Earth Immortal? Qi Yao no longer looked at Ning Qi with anger in his eyes. He looked at Old Man Mysterious Sword with some confusion. First on the Earth Immortal ranking, Ning Beixian. Old Man Mysterious Sword smiled proudly. Hiss! The prodigies behind Qi Yao, along with the 3 golden immortals, all gasped. They naturally knew the name Ning Beixian. Where they came from, the heavenly Tao ranking was constantly updated. They had personally seen Ning Qi climb from the human immortal ranking to the 1st position. Not long after, he became the 1st on the Earth immortal ranking. He knew Ning Qi better than the people on the homeworld. However, the 1st on the Earth immortal ranking, Ning Beixian, was a disciple of their lower sect? Wasn't this a little too dramatic? Ning Beixian? Is he really Ning Beixian? Qi Yao looked at Ning Qi with glowing eyes. Ning Qi quickly took a few steps back. He was the one who said he would give me 3 moves. I didn't go all out. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. Are you willing to take me as your master? Qi Yao looked at Ning Qi with a smile. I already have a master. He's the sect master of the Yuqing sect. Ning Qi said. In the Xianjian sect, only Old Man Mysterious Sword knew about this. So when Ning Qi said this, everyone fell into a state of shock. Especially the disciples of Dajiang Peak, Dan Peak and Golden Sun Peak. There was already a trace of fear in their eyes when they looked at Ning Qi. However, Murong and the other Golden Immortal Elders, as well as Li Zhangtong and the others who went to the Yuqing sect last time, were not so shocked, because they had heard with their own ears that Ancestor Yuqing wanted to take Ning Qi as his disciple. Sigh. Zhao Tong looked at Ning Qi with a trace of regret in his eyes. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have lost his heart and walked further and further away from Ningqi. Otherwise, he would have been the closest existence to Ningqi in the Xianjian sect, right? But now, he didn't even have the courage to go up and greet him. In the future, when the geniuses from the outside world appeared one by one, a true disciple of the Xianjian sect like him who had yet to grow up would probably be lost in the crowd. For a moment, Zhao Tong began to feel inferior again. Naylan Shiji and He, who were standing beside him, also had ugly expressions. Senior brother Ning has been taken in as a disciple of ancestor Yu Qing? Wow, now that he has become a disciple of a profound immortal, is he still considered a member of our Xianjian sect? He should have become a member of the Yuqing sect, right? This, after many Xianjian sect disciples reacted, they were both happy and worried. Senior sister, will senior brother Ning? A trace of hesitation flashed in Fan Zheng's eyes. No, he's still the eldest senior brother of the moon missing peak. Ying Zhenxuan said indifferently. Hearing this, Fan Zheng heaved a sigh of relief. What? You are the disciple of ancestor Yu Qing? Qi Yao was stunned for a moment, then he looked at Old Man Mysterious Sword with an ugly expression. Didn't you say he was a disciple of the Xianjian sect? How did he get involved with the Yuqing sect? From his words, there seemed to be a trace of fear towards the Yuqing sect. Chapter 2452. Perhaps the difference in cultivation base could be made up for with talent, but the difference in realms was insurmountable. Starting from the golden immortal realm, every realm after that was like an insurmountable mountain. After crossing this mountain, no matter how bad one's talent was, they would still be stronger than the top geniuses on the previous mountain. Who knows how many? This was also why people didn't pay much attention to the prodigies on the Heavenly Tao ranking. A prodigy was still a prodigy. Under the situation where they hadn't matured, they couldn't compare to ordinary immortals. Senior, I'm Master's disciple and Mystic Sword Sect's disciple. There's no conflict between the two. Ningqi smiled. That's right. Old Man Mysterious Sword nodded with a smile. Looks like old ancestor Yu Qing really thinks highly of you. Qi Yao's expression was slightly strange. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to Old Man Mysterious Sword. You're just going to give such a prodigy to old monster Yu Qing? Back then, I didn't give him the emotion-extinguishing sword art, but he still took it from me. What can I do if I don't give it to him? Can you teach me? Old Man Mysterious Sword rolled his eyes. Qi Yao was stunned and muttered, Why didn't I kill him when I went berserk last time? Otherwise, the first place on the Earth Immortal ranking would be mine. Alright, don't just stand here. Put away your immortal boat. You want everyone to know that you're back? Old Man Mysterious Sword waved his hand. Qi Yao smiled and put away the immortal boat. He brought the group of prodigies and left with Old Man Mysterious Sword. Old Man Mysterious Sword wanted to call Ningqi, but Ningqi said that he wanted to cultivate in seclusion. So, he brought Ying Zhenxuan and the other Missing Moon Peak disciples to Missing Moon Peak. The gazes of the group of geniuses behind Qi Yao had always been on Ningqi, and they only retracted their gazes after he vanished from their field of vision. They exchanged glances with each other, and many geniuses at the perfection stage of the earthly immortal realm were itching to make a move, and they had the impulse to challenge Ningqi. Missing Moon Peak. As soon as Ningqi returned to the mountain, he went to the top cultivation training field. This time, he had a total of more than 820,000 portions of Heaven Spirit elixirs. It would be a huge project to refine them all into Heaven Spirit elixirs. It would take nearly 1,000 years just to refine the elixirs. In the cultivation training ground, Ningqi felt that he might still be at the early worldly immortal stage. While concocting pills, Ningqi did not forget to send some pills back to Fangtsuan Mountain from time to time. If he knew that Limacho had already broken through to the early human immortal stage, He would definitely use his merit points to exchange for a pseudo-Dao artifact for Limacho. That way, Limacho's battle strength would at least be equivalent to that of a human. Being at the Great Circle Immortal stage was enough to protect the young and old of Fangsuan Mountain. Outside the ancestral planet, an incomparably domineering immortal boat streaked across the sky. It was domineering because there were countless other immortal boats surrounding it. It did not take long for the ferry vessel to stop outside the ancestral star. Many silent figures appeared on the vessel. The weakest among them was a perfected Earth Immortal, while the strongest was a great overarching Golden Immortal. Unlike Qi Yao and Old Man Mysterious Sword, the great overarching Golden Immortal exuded a sharp aura. He looked to be in his 20s and was dressed in white. Just by standing there, he was like a giant beast that could destroy the heavens and earth with a single move. Junior sister, this is the ancestral star. Master had also come from here all those years ago. The white-robed youth turned to look at a girl beside him with a smile. This woman was dressed in a white robe that was almost the same as his, but it was female clothing. If one looked closely, they would notice that there were two incomparably round jade pendants embedded in their sleeve. The pendants emitted the aura of a low-grade Dao artifact. A low-grade Dao artifact was the symbol of a sect disciple. From this, one could see the origins of these two people. Extremely frightening. Second senior brother, Master had us bring so many junior brothers and sisters to the ancestral star. Is it true that the ancestral star is reviving? Li Xian said flatly. The patriarch of the mystic sect is unfathomable. Most of what he said has come true. The ancestral star has produced the number 1 on the earthly immortal ranking, and this person's cultivation progress is so fast. He must have obtained some kind of fortune on the ancestral star, which further proves that the possibility of what he said is very high. But what is the number 1 on the earth immortal ranking? He's just a lucky bastard. The white-robed youth smiled and paused. Suddenly, a brick-like object appeared in his hand. Upon a closer look, there was a screen and buttons on it, just like a mobile phone on Earth. The white-robed youth tapped on it a few times, and a face appeared on it. The white-robed youth smiled and said, Jishan, I have arrived at the ancestral star. How much longer do you have? 5 days. His words were short and forceful. All right, we will wait for you. The white-robed youth smiled and put the object away. He then smiled at Li Xian and said, Junior sister, there is indeed a talent among the group that Master brought with you. They invented the All-Heaven Talisman. It is just a supreme-grade immortal artifact, but it can communicate across the immortal realm. It is comparable to a Tai True Immortal. Thanks to this item, Master has earned quite a lot. When are you free? Bring me back to your hometown. Li Xian seemed to have remembered something and shook her head with a cold expression. I have forgotten the way back. If senior brother wants to go, you can ask Master. Let's forget about it. There was a flash of fear in the white-robed youth's eyes, and he laughed awkwardly. 5 days later, an immortal beast tore through the sky and arrived. It was an enormous dragon that was countless kilometers long, and on the head of the dragon stood a young man in violet clothes. This young man emanated an aura that wasn't inferior to the white-clothed young man, and he was a golden immortal as well. Behind the youth were 3 men and 2 women, all of whom looked at Li Xian and the white-robed youth curiously. As soon as the dragon arrived, the other immortals on the boat where the white-robed youth and Li Xian were felt a sense of pressure, and could not help but circulate the immortal qi within their bodies to slightly alleviate it. Jishan, you took so long. Where did you go? The white-robed youth greeted the youth in purple robes, as if he did not feel the dragon's aura at all. I ran into a few demon brats along the way, so I killed them along the way and delayed myself a little. Jishan said flatly. Demon brats? Are they grand Luo golden immortals that could delay you? The white-robed youth chuckled. Ji Shan nodded, seemingly too lazy to speak. All right, let's not wait for the others. Let's go to the ancestral star first. The sect master of the eccentric mystics sect said that in 200 years, there will be an extraordinary treasure that may revive the ancestral star. We will have to stay in this backwater for 200 years. Chapter 24:53. Another Grand Luo is here. Elder Pei of the Jade Clear Sect's Scripture Pavilion opened his eyes and looked up at the sky, unable to hold back a sigh. The ancestral planet that no one was willing to come to was now bustling with activity. Every sect and Grand Luo in the ancestral continent could sense it. Moreover, every Grand Luo in the Phoenix Chilan Province, Juku Province, Chang Province, Ing Province, and the other 10 prefectures could sense the presence of 3 formidable presences entering the ancestral planet. Incontinence Mystic Sword Sect. Qi Yao was discussing something with Old Man Mysterious Sword when the two looked up at the same time. An expert is here. I wonder if it's someone on the ranking of great overarching golden immortals. If it is, we'll have to keep a low profile. Qi Yao's expression changed. I've always kept a low profile, and you should be the one to keep a low profile. Since the eccentric mystic sect's sect master has spoken, there will be more and more people coming to the ancestral planet. What is the higher-ups' plan? You can't be the only one here, right? They should at least send a profound immortal to oversee the ancestral planet. Old Man Mysterious Sword said flatly. Do you think our Ascension sect is that free? The Langia immortal domain is also very lively right now. The matters on the ancestral planet are only ranked 8th or 9th to the sect, and even if they have profound immortal experts, they have been sent to other places. When I came, the sect master personally told us that if we can, we can. If not, we can retreat. Don't let too many people die. Qi Yao rolled his eyes. Old Man Mysterious Sword's eyes brightened. You're saying that the matters on the ancestral planet are nothing in the eyes of the higher-ups? If that's the case, there won't be any other profound immortals coming here, right? Indeed, it's nothing. But profound immortals? Can you guarantee that some wandering profound immortals won't come to join in the fun? Things that our Ascension sect doesn't care about are treasures to them. Qi Yao said. That's true. Let's hope there won't be too much chaos in the near future. Old Man Mysterious Sword stroked his beard. There's one more thing. Ji Tianming, who ranked first on the Earth Immortal ranking, will be coming to Ancestral Star to fight with your precious disciple, Ning Beixian. I've heard of Ji Tianming before. He was ranked first for more than 10,000 years and had the strength to break through to Heaven Immortal, but he purposely suppressed it. If you want to break through to the Celestial Immortal realm in the future and charge into the Celestial Immortal rankings in one go, you can't underestimate it. Qi Yao laughed. Do you want to remind that kid? That won't be necessary. Old Man Mysterious Sword was still very confident in Ning Qi. He told Qi Yao about some of Ning Qi's experiences back then. When Qi Yao heard this, he couldn't help but gasp again. He secretly guessed Ning Qi's origins. Just 3 strikes of his rod was enough to knock out an early-stage golden immortal. Ji Tianming probably wouldn't be able to defeat him even if he exploded his vat. Ah, Ji Shan, I heard that your Ji family also has a branch here? The white-robed youth smiled as he looked down at the ancestral star. That's right. This time, I'm going back to the branch. Let's meet again when the treasure appears. Ji Shan nodded indifferently. The huge dragon beneath his feet let out a roar and flew towards the direction of the Feng Lin province. Everywhere it passed, no matter if it was demons or immortal beasts, all of them trembled because they felt a trace of pure dragon aura. Second senior brother, according to the information, there is no one with the surname Ji on the ancestral star. Li Xian took out a heavenly talisman and searched it, but did not find any branch of the G family on the ancestral star. The Feng Lin royal family is a branch of the G family, but due to a certain incident, they were stripped of their surname and changed to Feng Lin. The white-robed youth smiled. There was a flash of realization in Li Xian's eyes. What was that incident? Li Xian asked. It has something to do with the great war of immortals and demons, as well as the ancient immortal clans. It's best if you don't know about it now. You'll find out in the future. The white-robed youth smiled. Li Xian nodded. Since he was unwilling to speak, she wouldn't ask a second time given her personality. Junior sister, your talent is excellent. If there really is a fortuitous encounter on the ancestral star, I'll definitely get it for you and help you ascend to the realm of golden immortals. When that happens, your name will surely be on the golden immortal board. The white-robed young man said with a smile. There was a hint of flattery in his tone. The rest of the people on the immortal boat were already used to this. However, some of the female immortals looked at Li Xian with a hint of jealousy and envy in their eyes. However, they concealed it very well, and it only lasted for a moment. Second senior brother, if there really is a fortuitous encounter, I'll get it myself, Li Xian said. The white-robed youth was slightly startled and laughed dryly. Not bad, not bad. With junior sister's cultivation, which prodigy on the ancestral star could compete with you for the fortuitous encounter? After a pause, the white-robed youth suddenly said, Should we go look for Ning Beixian, the first on the Earth Immortal board? Maybe the fortuitous encounter in his hands has not been used up. Let's take a look at what it is. Then, without waiting for Li Xian to answer, he waved his hand and the mighty ferry boat flew towards Yingzhou, as if he already knew that Ning Qi was a disciple of the Mystic Sword sect. When the mighty ferry boat arrived at the Mystic Sword sect, the disciples of the Mystic Sword sect thought that the other party's background was the same as Qi Yao's, so they were not that surprised. They only looked at the ferry boats in the sky curiously. Senior brother Bai, this stance is even more imposing than that old ancestor Qi. Could it be that a profound immortal has come to our upper sect? It's possible. Bai Shijiang nodded, then frowned. More and more experts are coming to our ancestral star. It's going to be hard for us to survive in the future. Yeah. The nearby inner sect disciples nodded. They were not prodigies like Nine Swords, nor were they at the peak of the Earth Immortal realm. They were just ordinary inner sect disciples. If it was before Ning Qi appeared, they would have been very satisfied with their status as inner sect disciples. But it was a pity that a demon-like sweeping disciple appeared later on. The value of the inner sect disciples had dropped a lot. Then, another group of prodigies from the outside world had come to the ancestral star. Their sense of existence was getting weaker and weaker. What a weak sect! The white-clothed youth sighed. Then, he swept out with his divine sense and said with a light smile, Show yourselves, you two. The majestic voice engulfed the entire Xianjian sect. When the crowd saw that the voice came from a young man in his 20s, their expressions were no longer calm and collected. Even the expressions of the group of Ascension sect's geniuses that Qi Yao had brought with him, who possessed a trace of superiority, changed slightly. They began to probe with their consciousness. The white-clothed youth swept out, but his divine sense was unable to enter within 100 feet of him. Chapter 2454. Ancient Sacred Land? We are not from the ancient sacred ground. I heard that Ning Beixian, the number 1 on the Earth Immortal ranking, is in your sect? Ask him to come out and have a look. The white-robed youth smiled. Old Man Mysterious Sword and Qi Yao exchanged glances before Old Man Mysterious Sword smiled and said, Unfortunately, Beixian is currently in seclusion. Why don't you come again next time? Seclusion? What a coincidence! The white-robed youth glanced at the two of them with a faint smile. From the beginning to the end, he had no intention of introducing himself, nor did he tell Old Man Mysterious Sword and Chi Yao what his name was. When he spoke, he seemed to be high and mighty. Even if the two were zenith heaven golden immortals in front of him, they were nothing in his eyes. This person has attained Tao fruit at such a young age, regardless of whether it was the group of Ascension Sect's geniuses that Chi Yao had brought with him, or the elders and disciples of the Xianjian sect. They were all looking at the white-clothed young man with complicated expressions. Immortals could indeed live for a long time, but that didn't mean that they wouldn't age. Back then, when Elder Ying's lifespan was about to run out, he had aged beyond recognition. It was the same for Chi Yao and Old Man Mysterious Sword. The two of them were not considered young among perfected golden immortals, so they naturally had the appearance of an old man. As for the white-robed youth, be it his appearance or his tone, he seemed to be full of vigor. It was obvious that he had attained Tao fruit at a very young age. Grand Luo golden immortals could only be addressed as patriarchs, but perhaps they were the prodigies of the Grand Luo. Do you not believe me? There's nothing to hide about this. Old Man Mysterious Sword chuckled. At this moment, the white-robed young man's divine sense swept out like flowing water. Almost in an instant, he had scanned through everyone present. Oh, there really isn't a single person worthy of being the first on the earthly immortal rankings. Then is he really in closed-door cultivation? The white-robed youth muttered to himself. Second senior brother, let's go. Li Xian faintly said. Yes. The young man in white smiled and nodded. He then said to Old Man Mysterious Sword and Chi Yao, My name is Bai Xingxue. If Ning Beixian comes out of seclusion, tell him to find me in Zhuozhou. Junior sister and I will be staying in Yuqing sect in Zhuozhou. With that, the young man in white waved his hand, and countless immortal boats instantly turned into streams of light, disappearing from the sight of the Xianjian sect people. That immortal boat is a low-grade Tao artifact. Chi Yao said solemnly. The most common low-grade Tao artifacts were immortal swords, spears, and various other weapons. The rarest ones were defensive Tao artifacts. However, the rarest ones were immortal boats used for traveling. To be able to possess a low-grade Tao artifact meant that the other party had an extraordinary background. The ancestral star is getting more and more lively. Old Man Mysterious Sword shook his head and left. This time, Bai Xingxue's appearance instantly made everyone in the Mystic Sword sect feel an incomparably heavy pressure. If the earthly immortal prodigies from before were merely a topic of conversation and did not make anyone feel that the ancestral planet had changed much, but the appearance of a young Grand Luo like Bai Xingxue was enough to make people deeply moved. He could sense the great changes in the homeworld. How could such a young Grand Luo come to the homeworld in the past? There would probably be more and more such young Grand Luo as time went on, and the landscape of the homeworld would change greatly as well. Their Mystic Sword sect might be able to maintain their stance as a first-rate sect, but they had already lost their transcendence as a first-rate sect. I don't know why this person is looking for Senior Apprentice Brother Ning. Don't tell me he also thinks highly of Senior Apprentice Brother Ning? I hope he's not looking for Ning Beixian for anything good. An existence like him could suppress Ning Beixian with a wave of his hand, removing a great worry for us. He asked Ning Beixian to look for him at the Yuqing sect. Could he be from an upper sect of the Yuqing sect? The disciples of the various peaks whispered among themselves. Of course, there were certain things that they would not say out loud, but kept in their hearts. Senior Apprentice Sister Ing. The disciples of the missing moon peak were rather worried. Ning Qi was indeed very powerful in their hearts, so powerful that he was mentioned in the same breath as golden immortals. However, the one who had just arrived was far more powerful than Ning Qi no matter how one looked at it. For such a young Grand Luo to ask for Ning Qi by name, there was no telling if he came with good intentions or bad intentions. Come. Don't worry too much. All of you have seen that something big might be happening on the homeworld. Cultivate well if you want to seize the opportunities within. The cultivation resources of the missing moon peak will be distributed 5 times the usual amount. Ing Zhenxuan said flatly. Seeing how calm she was, the crowd heaved a sigh of relief. But in reality, Ing Zhenxuan did not have much confidence. She just happened to make eye contact with the woman standing next to Bai Xingxue. For some reason, the other party made Ing Zhenxuan's heart palpitate, and it was even more intense than the feeling Bai Xingxue gave off. Time passed quickly. For immortals, a few years was equivalent to a few days for mortals. More than 3 years had passed, and in these 3 years, shocking news had spread to the Mystic Sword sect like snowflakes. For example, the top 100 experts of the Earth Immortal ranking had appeared on the homeworld and challenged the various first-rate sections. They even beat up early-stage Heaven Immortals. They were so strong that it made people's hair stand on end. There were also quite a few experts on the Heavenly Immortal rankings. One of them was none other than the number 1 ranker on the Heavenly Immortal rankings, Li Xian. She was none other than the woman who stood beside Bai Xingxue back then. Because of this, everyone felt even more trepidation towards Bai Xingxue's strength. They breathed a sigh of relief when they found Bai Xingxue's name on the ranking. Not long after that, the experts on the Heaven Immortal ranking also challenged the various sects on the homeworld. Even the Mystic Sword sect had come. The Mystic Sword sect had been roaming the outside world, and had rushed back to the homeworld as soon as they received the news. The second true disciple of the sect, Shi Yifan, had fought the other party. After 3 days and 3 nights, the Mystic Sword sect disciples finally realized that their senior brother Shi had grown to a level that was infinitely close to the Heaven Immortal ranking. It was a glorious defeat. Everyone had thought that the Golden Immortals from the outside world would also begin to challenge the homeworld, but those Golden Immortals did not challenge the various sects like the Earth Immortals and Heaven Immortals. Instead, they quietly stayed in their respective places to cultivate. Some suspected that they had always been wary of the Grand Luo of the various sects, while the Earth Immortals and Heaven Immortals were too weak for the Grand Luo to act. If the Golden Immortals came to challenge them as well, some of the Grand Luo with a bad temper, who were forced into a corner, would likely not hesitate to suppress them. When that happens, before the homeworld's treasures appear, they would have a huge fight. Moreover, the sects on the homeworld were more or less connected to some of the major sects in the outside world, and with that, everyone maintained a tacit understanding. Chapter 2455. Missing Moon Peak. Greetings, Senior Brother Shi. Fan Xing and the rest cupped their hands and bowed, their eyes landing on a young man in a green robe, who looked to be in his late 20s. No need to be so polite. Shi Yifan smiled, then looked at Ing Zhenxuan. Zhenxuan, I brought you a gift this time. Ing Zhenxuan's expression changed slightly. Senior Brother Shi, you don't have to be so polite. When I left Xianjian sect, you said that you wanted an immortal beast as a pet. This is a 3rd-stage immortal beast egg I found in Liusu Immortal region. Hatch it, and it will have the power of a sky immortal when it matures. Shi Yifan took out a palm-sized egg with a smile and handed it to Ing Zhenxuan. Ing Zhenxuan remembered clearly that when she was still young, Shi Yifan had gone out to explore. That day, many disciples of Xianjian sect, including Ing Zhenxuan, were sending Shi Yifan off. At that time, Shi Yifan was the idol of all the geniuses in the sect, and was already known as the Xianjian sect's Golden Immortal. The strongest person under him, other than the Golden Immortal who had been missing for many years, even the peak masters of the Sky Immortal stage couldn't compare to him. Before Shi Yifan left, he asked everyone if there was anything they wanted, and he would bring it back when he came back. Some said they wanted immortal equipment, some said they wanted pills, but only Ing Zhenxuan said she wanted an immortal beast, because she felt very lonely at that time. At that time, someone asked Ing Zhenxuan what level of immortal beast she wanted, because there were first-stage immortal beasts on Ancestral Star, but Ingzhen said she wanted a third-stage immortal beast, and everyone laughed at her. At that time, Missing Moon Peak was already in decline, and she seemed to be able to see a trace of mockery in Shi Yifan's eyes. Because of that, she grew rapidly and wanted Missing Moon Peak to rise again. She didn't expect that Shi Yifan would really bring her a third-stage, immortal beast egg this time. When the disciples of the Moonless Peak saw this scene, a trace of shock flashed in their eyes. Although the immortal beast did not have the power of a heaven immortal when it was hatched, as long as it was a third-stage immortal beast, it would be equivalent to a heaven immortal when it grew up. This gift was a little too much. Ingzhen looked at Shi Yifan, and suddenly saw something in the depths of his eyes. It seemed to be desire? Senior Brother Ning. Suddenly, the voice of a Moonless Peak disciple came from afar. Ingzhen expression changed. She smiled at Shi Yifan and walked towards Ningqi. Shi Yifan held onto the third-stage immortal beast egg in his hand, and looked over with a serious expression. He had just returned to the sect, and had already heard of the rumors about Ning Beixian. When Shi Yifan first found out that the Xianjian sect had produced the first ranker on the Earth Immortal list, he was also very shocked. He was already at the Great Circle of the Sky Immortal stage, so he didn't take Ning Qi seriously. So what if you're ranked first on the Earthly Immortal rankings? As long as he broke through to the Golden Immortal stage, he would still be the #1 genius in the Xianjian sect. As for the first true disciple who had been missing for many years, Shi Yifan believed that he might have died in the outside world. He had claimed to be the first true disciple a long time ago. Zhenshuan, did anything special happen in the past 3 years? Ningqi laughed. He had already refined more than 820,000 sets of Heaven Spirit Pills into Heaven Spirit Pills, a total of more than 3 million pills. Thinking that the Ancestral Star was not peaceful during this period of time, Ningqi planned to come out to take a look during his closed-door training. Big Brother, in the past 3 years, many geniuses have appeared on the Ancestral Star, and a few Sky Immortals came to challenge our Xianjian sect a while ago. Ingzhen said. Zhenshuan, this must be Junior Brother Ning, right? Shi Yifan walked in front of the two of them, looked at Ningqi and smiled. Shi Yifan, Xianjian sect's first true disciple. Ningqi's eyes moved slightly, looked at Shi Yifan, and said with a smile. Ning Beixian, Xianjian sect's sweeping disciple. Shi Yifan was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Junior Brother Ning is the first on the Earth Immortal list, why is he still a sweeping disciple? Why don't I make the decision and accept Junior Brother Ning as a true disciple? Sweeping disciples don't have to do any work. It's easier. It's better to be a sweeping disciple. Ningqi smiled. When the disciples who were sweeping the floor in the distance heard this, they looked at each other with strange expressions. It seemed like Ningqi was the only sweeping disciple in the Xianjian sect who didn't have to do anything, right? Oh, if that's the case, then I won't force you. Shi Yifan smiled and nodded, then looked at Ingzhen. Zhenshuan, I spent a lot of effort to obtain this immortal beast egg, take it. No need, Senior Brother Shi. Since this stage 3 immortal beast egg is so precious, Junior Sister naturally doesn't dare to accept it. Back then, it was just that Junior Sister was young and insensible. Senior Brother Shi, you don't have to take it to heart. Ingzhen smiled and rejected. Shi Yifan was startled, but he did not pester her. He kept the immortal beast egg and nodded at Ingzhen in a carefree manner. Then if Junior Sister changes her mind one day, you can come and take this stage 3 immortal beast egg from me anytime. He looked at Ningqi. Junior Brother Ning, I'll take my leave first. After watching Shi Yifan leave, Ningqi looked at Ingzhen curiously. Ingzhen had no choice but to tell him what had happened back then. Ningqi's spirit consciousness moved slightly, and a 7-colored deer appeared in his hands. This was Yuan Venerate Deer's Wallower, who had been beaten into such a state by Ning Qi in the central mainland. During this period, he had been in Ning Qi's demon pet space. The last time he had been at the Merit Tower, Ning Qi had entered the 3rd level. He had seen a stage 5 immortal beast egg called the enchanting 7-colored deer, which made him think of this deer. Zhenxuan, I'm not too sure about the origin of this deer, but I feel that it's not ordinary, so I'll give it to you. Ning Qi placed the confused deer in Zhenxuan's arms and turned to leave. I'll be in seclusion for perhaps 10 or 20 years. Be careful, junior sister. This, Zhenxuan stared blankly at the deer in her arms. Suddenly, a hint of joy flashed across her eyes. The rainbow deer was very likable. Moreover, it was a young deer and looked very cute. Zhenxuan fell in love with it almost immediately. At this moment, no one could understand the emotions of the 7-colored deer. It stared at Ning Qi, then at Zhenxuan. Then, it opened its mouth and cried out. After that, its mouth remained open, as though it was waiting for Zhenxuan to feed it. Fanzing, go and find a few books on feeding immortal beasts. Zhenxuan hurriedly instructed. Yes, senior sister. Fanzing nodded and took to the skies. Shi Yifan stood quietly in the void, his eyes on the 7-colored deer and Zhenxuan. Then, he looked at the courtyard where Ning Qi was staying with a cold glint in his eyes. Chapter 2456. Senior Apprentice Shi is here again. He's been really diligent recently. Do you think the rumors are true? Does he like Senior Sister Ing? I don't think Senior Sister Ing likes Senior Brother Shi very much. Honestly speaking, maybe our Senior Brother Ning and Senior Sister Ing are more compatible. When the disciples saw Shi Yifan flying over, they immediately whispered to each other and chatted for a while. Only when someone passed by did they shut their mouth. On the other side, Senior Apprentice Shi went to find Senior Sister Ing again? Fanzing asked the disciples of the missing moon peak with a solemn expression. Yes, I just went in. For the past 10 years, Senior Apprentice Shi has been coming here every 3 to 5 days. He really doesn't change. Alright, don't talk about it in private. Just do your job. Fanzing said indifferently. When the disciples of the missing moon peak heard this, they immediately responded in unison. After they left, Fanzing looked towards the direction of the Peak Lord's Hall. A trace of seriousness flashed across his eyes. He suspected that Shi Yifan's motives were not pure. It's a pity that Senior Apprentice Ning is in closed-door cultivation. Otherwise, Senior Apprentice Shi wouldn't have come to the missing moon peak so frequently. Fanzing muttered to himself. Top training grounds. Ning Qi had stayed in the training grounds for more than 3,000 years ever since he gave the 7-colored deer to Zhenxuan. Out of the 3 million top-grade heaven spirit pills, only 2 million were left. Ning Qi had swallowed more than 1 million of them, and the immortal spirit energy in his body had reached a limit. One day, it was as if the ocean had flowed backwards. The immortal spirit energy in Ning Qi's body surged crazily and continued to rise. His aura was several times thicker than before. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully advancing to the late Earth immortal stage. With the help of the heavenly spirit pill, Ning Qi had broken through a small realm in the past 3,000 years. Such talent was indeed not considered excellent. It could only be said to be extremely ordinary. It could not even be compared to He Zhe, Jiu Jian, and Li Zhangtong, these earthly immortal geniuses. Having just broken through to the late Earth immortal stage, Ning Qi spent dozens of years to stabilize his current realm before continuing to consume top-grade Tier 3 Heaven Spirit pills. The effects of the Heaven Spirit pills on Ning Qi were gradually weakening, but Ning Qi felt that he still had a chance of obtaining the remaining 2 million top-grade Tier 3 Heaven Spirit pills. After consuming the pill, he would break through to the Earth immortal full circle. This is the Xianjian sect? One day, an immortal boat broke through the sky and arrived. The disciples of the Xianjian sect were not surprised at all. They did what they had to do, and naturally, there were elders who came out to receive them. There was an old man and dozens of beings whose cultivation ranged from earth immortals to golden immortals, and the old man was a grand Luo. The old man's name was Peichen, a prodigy of the Pei family of ancestral prefecture a long time ago. He had left the homeworld when he was still a heavenly immortal, and hurried back when he heard that the master of the eccentric mystic sect had concluded that a treasure had appeared in the homeworld. There was a golden immortal in the Pei family of Zhuo province. When he realized that there was a living Grand Luo in his family, he immediately had Pei Yong inform Pei Chen of Pei Kangle's death, begging Pei Chen to uphold justice for Pei Kangle. Pei Chen looked at Pei Yong indifferently. Pei Yong's expression was complicated. As a successor disciple of the Xianjian sect, he should not have gone against the Xianjian sect. However, Pei Kangle was still his own brother, and Pei Kangle's death made him think about revenge at all times. Pei Yong nodded and said, "That's right, this is the Xianjian sect. That seems to be senior brother Pei Yong?" Many disciples in the Xianjian sect saw Pei Yong, who was standing in front of the immortal boat, and their expressions changed slightly. Senior brother Pei? 3 figures tore through the air and appeared in front of the immortal boat. They were Naylan Shiji, He Zhe, and Zhao Tong. The 3 of them looked at Pei Yong in surprise. When they realized that Pei Chen's body was emitting an aura that was almost the same as the Xianjian ancestor, they looked at each other, as if they had guessed something. Especially Naylan Shiji. When he was in the ancient immortal secret realm with Pei Kangle, only the 4 of them came out in the end, while Pei Kangle fell into a state of disappearance. Later on, he found out that Pei Yong had gone up the Moonless Peak several times, and after leaving the Moonless Peak for the last time, he disappeared. Naylan Shiji had already guessed that Pei Kangle's disappearance might have something to do with Ningqi. Now that Pei Yong and the Great Luo had come together, their purpose was obvious. Yes. Pei Yong nodded at the 3 of them, then looked at Pei Chen. "Ancestor, these 3 are successor disciples of the Xianjian sect, and are also my junior brothers. You are no longer a disciple of the Xianjian sect, you must remember this," Pei Chen said indifferently, then looked at the 3 of them, a look of disdain flashing across his eyes. The ancestral star is indeed lacking in talent. Is this all the successor disciples have? When a young heaven immortal behind him heard this, the corners of his mouth curled up, and he looked at Naylan Shiji and the other 2 with a hint of ridicule. Naylan Shiji and the other 2 were a little shocked. Pei Chen's disdainful tone did not make them unhappy. After all, the other party was still a Daluo golden immortal. What shocked them wasn't the Pei family of the ancestral prefecture only a golden immortal ancestor? Why was there another great Luo ancestor? Pei Yong looked at the 3 of them with a complicated gaze, then cupped his fists at Pei Chen. Understood. Soon enough, Li Zhangtong, Jiu Jian, Yen Feiwu, and the prodigies brought by Qi Yao rushed out one after another. When they realized that there was a grand Luo among them, they quietly waited for the 2 patriarchs to show themselves. Pei Chen glanced at the people of the Xianjian sect indifferently, and was about to speak when 2 figures appeared at the same time. 2 Grand Luo? Pei Chen was taken aback. He had already asked around when he returned to the Pei family, and there was still only 1 Grand Luo in the Xianjian sect, Old Man Mysterious Sword. That was why he dared to bring the elites of the Pei family and his personal disciple to denounce Ningqi when he found out that he was the first on the Earth immortal ranking. But now there was an additional Grand Luo. Which one was it? Pei Yong. Old Man Mysterious Sword looked at Pei Yong indifferently. Pei Yong lowered his head in shame. The people of the Pei family were rather surprised as well. Among them, there were 2 heavenly immortals, 1 male and 1 female, who looked at Old Man Mysterious Sword with barely detectable hatred in their eyes. They were Pei Kangle and Pei Yong's parents. "You must be the Mysterious Sword Patriarch, right?" Pei Chen asked indifferently. "That's right. You look familiar. I didn't think that the Pei family of the ancestral prefecture would have a grand luo as well. Old Man Mysterious Sword smiled faintly. I'm here today for one thing. 2 juniors of my Pei family have joined your Xianjian sect as a true disciple, but why did one of them die without a complete corpse, and not even his corpse can be found? Please give me an explanation, Mysterious Sword Patriarch. Chapter 2457. After hearing Pei Chen's words, Qi Yao revealed a strange expression. He smiled and waved his hand at the Ascension sect disciples he brought with him. It's a private matter. Let's just watch the show. After saying that, he moved and stood with the group of disciples. It was clear that he wanted to watch the show. Old Man Mysterious Sword ignored him. He looked at Pei Chen and said with a smile, "There must be an end to everything. If I don't explain it clearly, how am I supposed to explain it to you?" Pei Chen breathed a sigh of relief inwardly when he saw that Qi Yao had no intention of interfering. He probably wouldn't be able to win against 2 Grand Luo. He then glanced at Pei Yong and said, "Tell me everything, Ancestor." Pei Yong first bowed, and then he recounted how he had questioned Ning Qi and how Ning Qi had admitted to killing Pei Kangol in the ancient immortal secret realm. After he finished speaking, he looked at the Xianjian ancestor and said, "Ancestor, Kangol and I are both true disciples of the Xianjian sect. Could it be that he died at the hands of Ning Beixian? Does the sect not care? So senior brother Pei was killed by senior brother Ning? I wonder if that's true. If that's the case, why would senior brother Ning tell us? I think senior brother Pei is venting his anger on senior brother Ning. What do you know? Ning Beixian is a murderous person. Even if it's a disciple of the sect, he will still kill him. Senior brother Pei dying by his hands is most likely true." "That's right. I think it's true too. Let's see how Ancestor will deal with Ning Beixian. Killing a fellow disciple is a crime that should be punished. Even the first on the earthly immortal ranking can't be exempted, right? The disciples of your Golden Sun Peak, Great River Peak, and Elixir Peak naturally wish to see senior brother Ning punished. Regardless of whether senior brother Ning killed senior brother Pei or not, you will all say that he did. So, shut up." Whispers could be heard from the Xianjian sect. Some supported Ning Qi while others opposed him. The situation was becoming more and more intense. "I will personally question Beixian after he comes out of seclusion. If it's his fault, he will naturally be punished," Old Man Mysterious Sword said indifferently after a moment of silence. When the disciples of the Xianjian sect heard this, they immediately quietened down. From the looks of it, Old Man Mysterious Sword did not plan to protect Ning Qi, even if he was ranked first on the Earth Immortal list. "Patriarch, Big Brother told me that Pei Kangol pursued him in the ancient immortal mystic realm. Apart from him, Naylan Shiji, Jing Qinyun, Ingzhen Xuan had been watching Pei Chen and the others silently from behind. Shi Yifan was standing beside her. At the end of the conversation, Ingzhen Xuan couldn't help but fly up to Old Man Mysterious Sword. As she spoke, she pointed out Naylan Shiji and the other 2. These 4, along with Pei Kangol, were indeed in the ancient immortal mystic realm. There were many witnesses who could prove that Ning Qi had been hunted down in the realm. Seeing that Ingzhen Xuan was standing up for Ning Qi, Shi Yifan's eyes flashed with displeasure. Big Brother is a magnanimous person. Even so, he still caused trouble for Naylan Shiji and the others. As for Pei Kangol, as a true disciple, he attacked a junior brother in the sect. Doesn't he deserve to die? Ingzhen Xuan's voice, under the agitation of the immortal spirit energy, spread to a radius of tens of thousands of miles, and everyone could hear it clearly. Many disciples of the Xianjian sect gradually came to a realization. No wonder when they came into contact with Ning Qi, they did not feel that the other party was that terrifying and would attack their own people. There was a real reason. The 4 people named by Ing Zhenxuan, including Naylan Shiji, all had ashen expressions. They thought that this matter was over, but they didn't expect it to be brought up again in front of Old Man Mysterious Sword. In this way, no matter what happened to Ning Qi today, they would definitely not be able to escape punishment. If they were punished to face the wall, wouldn't the fortuitous encounters in the ancestral star have nothing to do with them? You bitch, you're spouting nonsense. Who are you to frame my son like this? On the ferry boat, the couple behind Pei Yong was instantly enraged. They stared at Ing Zhenxuan with hatred and growled. How dare you? How dare you insult our eldest senior sister? Don't you dare leave today. When the disciples of the missing Moon Peak saw this, they all pointed at each other and cursed loudly. Pei Yong's face was expressionless. He actually had a plan in his heart, but his own brother had died. No matter the reason, he had to take revenge. If not, he would not have left the Xianjian sect back then, because he knew that as long as he was in the sect, even if the mysterious sword old man did not favor Ning Qi, because of Pei Kangol, with his actions, he would not be able to avenge himself. I'm talking to your ancestor, why are you interrupting? Pei Chen looked at Ing Zhenxuan indifferently. Ing Zhenxuan felt as if she had been dealt a heavy blow. Her body flew backward, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, the purple jade on her forehead flashed. Waves of power of the Great Path surged into Ing Zhenxuan's body, helping her dispel the secret attack Pei Chen had just cast. Show your methods. A low-grade defensive Dao artifact? Pei Chen's eyes flickered. At that moment, the angry voice of the mysterious sword old man rang out. You want to kill a disciple of my Xianjian sect in front of me? He's already dead. The disciples of your sect can say whatever they want, but there's no proof. I only have one goal today, and that is to hand over Ning Beixian. The disciples of my Pei family are not people you can kill just because you want to, Pei Chen said indifferently. With that, the image of an immortal tree suddenly appeared above his head. There were 5 fruits hanging on it, more than Old Man Mysterious Sword and Qi Yao. Suddenly, a majestic aura of the Great Path spread out from the image of the immortal tree, instantly enveloping the entire Xianjian sect. He's stronger than the ancestor? The ancestor of the Pei family actually has such strength. The golden immortal elders, the various peak masters, and the various geniuses of the Xianjian sect fell into shock when they saw this scene. Are we really going to fight? Qi Yao was taken aback for a moment before he flashed to Old Man Mysterious Sword's side. The image of an immortal tree also appeared above their heads, and a majestic aura of the Great Path surged out, confronting Pei Chen's aura of the Great Path. Mysterious Sword, don't be rash. It's best if you don't fight. Otherwise, if the 2 of us are injured, we can only watch helplessly when the treasure appears. Qi Yao transmitted his voice to Old Man Mysterious Sword. The atmosphere in the hall became even more solemn. If the 3 Zenith Heaven cultivators were to really fight today, the Xianjian sect might very well be reduced to nothing. Are we really going to fight? For a mere Earth immortal? Even if the 2 of you work together, you won't be able to kill me. Instead, you'll suffer some internal injuries. When that happens, I'm afraid your Xianjian sect won't be able to participate in this event. Pei Chen looked at Old Man Mysterious Sword and Qi Yao mockingly. The golden immortal patriarchs of the Pei family and the various heaven immortals behind him could not help but feel excited when they saw this. From today onwards, the Pei family of the ancestral prefecture was qualified to stand in front of the first-rate sects. Chapter 2458. Ning Beixian. Did senior apprentice brother Ning come out? The disciples of the Xianjian sect were very familiar with this voice. Hearing that, they all looked towards the direction of the missing moon peak, only to see a figure transforming into a ray of light, speeding towards them. This kid is Ning Beixian? First on the Earth Immortal roll? Pei Chen looked at Ning Qi indifferently, and a trace of surprise flashed in the depths of his eyes. He heard from the members of the Pei clan that Ning Qi's cultivation was only at the intermediate stage of the earthly immortal realm, yet now, Ning Qi was in existence at the perfection stage of the earthly immortal realm in his eyes. Pei Yong couldn't help but clench his fists tightly when he saw Ning Qi. His parents felt the same way. All the members of the Pei family looked at Ning Qi with a trace of hatred in their eyes. You didn't come out earlier or later. You came out now. Let's see how you deal with today's matter. Nalan Shiji and the others looked at Ning Qi and sneered in their hearts. The disciples of Great River Peak, Elixir Peak, and Golden Sun Peak looked at Ning Qi with gloating expressions. This patriarch of the Pei family had a higher cultivation than Old Man Mysterious Sword and Qi Yao. Perhaps he could help them get rid of Ning Qi, their greatest threat. Perfected earthly immortal? Finally, someone discovered that the aura on Ning Qi's body was countless times stronger than it had been 20 years ago. Is this his real cultivation? Murong and the other golden immortal elders exchanged glances. They'd long since suspected that Ning Qi's original cultivation was extremely high, and now when they saw Ning Qi had advanced from the intermediate stage of the earthly immortal realm to the perfection stage of the earthly immortal realm after 20 years, they were even more certain of their guesses. Xianjian, where did this kid come from? Advancing from the intermediate earth immortal stage to the peak of the earth immortal stage in more than 20 years? I've lived for so long, but I've never seen anyone with such a fast cultivation speed. Qi Yao could not help but send a voice transmission to Old Man Mysterious Sword. I told you, I don't understand either. Old Man Mysterious Sword said indifferently. Incredible. You were already this strong when you were at the intermediate earthly immortal stage. Now that you are at the earthly immortal great circle, wouldn't you be able to beat me up easily? Luobwa couldn't help but look at his fellow disciples. Back then, he was sent out by Qi Yao to compete with Ning Qi, yet he was knocked unconscious with a single punch from Ning Qi. This matter caused everyone to laugh for a very long time. Originally, he had mustered up all his strength and was prepared to find an opportunity to get back at Ning Qi. But now, he noticed that Ning Qi's cultivation had suddenly risen explosively to the perfection stage of the earthly immortal realm. What was there to fight about? Luobwa's senior and junior brothers glanced at each other, and they didn't answer Luobwa in the end. They'd fallen into deep shock as well, and they even vaguely started to suspect if Ning Qi had obtained some great fortuitous encounter to advance from the initial stage of the earthly immortal realm to the perfection stage of the earthly immortal realm in a short period of less than 100 years. All these years, they had already used various methods to understand everything that had happened after Ning Qi came to the Xianjian sect. Basically, everything could be considered to be in great detail. Regarding Ning Qi's experiences, they could only say that they admired him. His cultivation progress. Shi Yifan looked at Ning Qi, a look of shock flashing past his eyes. Not long after he returned to the Xianjian sect 20 years ago, he had seen Ning Qi once. At that time, Ning Qi was only at the middle stage of the Earth Immortal stage. How could his cultivation have increased so much in just 20 years? The same as a middle-grade immortal pill? No. Even a stage 9 immortal pill might not have such a miraculous effect. Originally, Shi Yifan was only a little afraid of Ning Qi. Although he was ranked first on the earthly immortal leaderboard, it only represented his talent and fighting strength, not his cultivation. Shi Yifan felt that as long as he took the last step and became an early-stage golden immortal, his prestige in the Xianjian sect would return to what it was before. He was stronger than Ning Qi. Now, Shi Yifan felt a trace of danger. Zhenxuan, who injured you? Ning Qi's body paused slightly, and he appeared beside Zhenxuan, his gaze fixed on the blood at the corner of her mouth. Junior brother Ning, this is just a misunderstanding. Shi Yifan smiled. Ing Zhenxuan's injuries were caused by Pei Chen, but the other party did not kill him. If he were to argue about this matter now, the two of them might really fight. Even though he hoped that Pei Chen could suppress Ning Qi, he did not want Xianjian ancestor and Qi Yao to be injured. Otherwise, if a divine tomb really appeared in the ancestral star in the future, the Xianjian sect would lose the ability to fight. I didn't ask you. Ning Qi glanced at Shi Yifan indifferently, but this glance made Shi Yifan's heart skip a beat, and chills ran down his back. It was as if the person in front of him was not a perfected earth immortal, but a golden immortal ancestor. This kid is really arrogant. He doesn't even respect senior brother Shi? Many disciples of the Xianjian sect who opposed Ning Qi saw this scene, and a trace of anger flashed in their eyes. Ing Zhenxuan did not answer Ning Qi, but she looked at Pei Chen. Ning Qi's body moved, and he appeared beside Xianjian ancestor and Qi Yao, and looked at Pei Chen indifferently. You injured Zhenxuan? At the same time, Shi Yifan reacted, and a trace of hatred flashed in his eyes as he looked at Ning Qi. He was the #1 direct disciple of the Xianjian sect, and yet he was being treated like this by a junior. If not for the fact that the situation was not right, he would definitely test Ning Qi's methods with his own hands. You killed Pei Kangol? Pei Chen did not answer Ning Qi, but asked himself. He looked at Ning Qi with a trace of arrogance in his eyes. So what if Ning Qi was the #1 on the Earth Immortal leaderboard? In his eyes, he was just an ant that could be killed with a wave of his hand. Yes, I killed Pei Kangol, Ning Qi said indifferently. Many disciples of the Xianjian sect gasped, and looked at Ning Qi with a strange expression. Even Luobua and the other geniuses of the Ascension sect looked at Ning Qi with a different expression. This kid sure has guts. He dares to admit it so straightforwardly in front of a Daluo Golden Immortal? Luobua muttered. Everyone's thoughts were similar to his. If it was them, they might not have the guts to stand in front of a Daluo and admit that they killed his junior. When the people of the Pei family heard this, they immediately flew into a rage, pointing at Ning Qi and cursing. Especially Pei Kangol and Pei Yong's parents, they wanted to personally tear Ning Qi into pieces. Ning Qi ignored them, and looked at Pei Chen indifferently. Since you admit it, then come with me. As Pei Chen spoke, he glanced at Old Man Mysterious Sword. When foster father left, he told me to take good care of Zhenxuan, but she was injured by you. As her big brother, I did not fulfill my responsibility to protect her. It is my dereliction of duty. Ning Qi muttered to himself. Everyone's expression became more and more strange. Was it appropriate to say all this at this time? Even if Ing Zizai came personally, a golden immortal perfection would not be a match for a Daluo golden immortal. Big brother, my injuries are not serious. Let the two ancestors handle this matter. This person cannot take you away. Ing Zhenxuan hurriedly transmitted her voice to Ning Qi. Are you done talking nonsense? Pei Chen sneered. Master, please help me. Ning Qi suddenly cupped his hands and bowed towards the sky. Master? What the hell? Pei Chen and the others were stunned. In the next moment, an incomparably domineering aura pressed down on Pei Chen like a mountain. Chapter 2459. Old Man Mysterious Sword recognized the figure as soon as he saw it. The sect master of Yuqing sect, Old Ancestor Yuqing, who was a profound immortal. Old Monster Yuqing. Qi Yao's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. The geniuses he brought along, as well as the people of the Xianjian sect, were all shocked by the sudden appearance of Ancestor Yuqing. What was even more shocking was that the other party's aura had seriously injured Pei Chen, a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal who had condensed 5 Dao fruits, to the point that he couldn't even maintain the shadow of the immortal tree. Could this be the legendary Old Ancestor Yuqing? Everyone's mind was racing. Those who wanted to see Ning Qi make a fool of himself looked helpless and unwilling. Who is this? The Pei clan was only a small clan. When Pei Chen returned, there was only one golden immortal in the clan. Only that golden immortal was looking at old ancestor Yuqing in disbelief. The others didn't know the identity of old ancestor Yuqing at all. Old ancestor Yuqing? Pei Chen was shocked. Everyone in the Pei clan was shocked. Is this a joke? How could Ning Beixian be the disciple of old ancestor Yuqing? They really didn't know anything about this. Otherwise, even if Pei Yong died in Ning Qi's hands, the Pei clan wouldn't dare to bring Pei Chen here for revenge. He is a disciple of old ancestor Yuqing? Then Kangle's revenge can't be avenged? Pei Yong looked at Ning Qi and old ancestor Yuqing in disbelief. Beixian, how did you find me? Old ancestor Yuqing just glanced at Pei Chen indifferently, then turned to Ning Qi and said with a faint smile. I guessed it. Ning Qi said with a respectful expression. Guessed? Everyone looked at Ning Qi with an increasingly strange expression. He could guess the whereabouts of a profound immortal? That's a big joke. No one believed Ning Qi's words, including old ancestor Yuqing himself. But since Ning Qi didn't say it, he didn't intend to ask. Xian Jian greets old ancestor Yuqing. Old man mysterious sword stepped forward and cupped his hands. Qi Yao of Ascension sect greets old ancestor Yuqing. Qi Yao stepped forward as well. Old ancestor Yuqing took an indifferent glance at old man mysterious sword and nodded his head. Then, he looked to Qi Yao. Your Ascension sect has also come to the ancestral star? It's so lively. Qi Yao laughed awkwardly, not saying a word. He was a year older than old man mysterious sword, but their combined age was less than a third of Patriarch Jade Clear's. When they were still human immortals, old ancestor Yuqing was already recognized as the strongest in the ancestral star, and there was no mystic sword sect at all. Yingzhen Xuan and the rest heaved a sigh of relief. Since the Jade Clear ancestor was here, the crisis today would naturally be resolved. Now it was time for the Pei family to worry. Old ancestor Yuqing, I'm Pei Chen. I didn't know that this kid is your disciple. Please forgive me for offending you, Pei Chen suddenly said. The expressions of everyone in the Pei clan were slightly lifeless, including Pei Kangle and Pei Yong's parents. The resentment in their eyes had vanished a long time ago, and what replaced it was boundless terror. They were merely heavenly immortals, and they were no different from ants before a mysterious immortal. Even if Pei Chen was a golden immortal, he still wasn't a match for them. He might even be a match for a mystic immortal. I'm not interested in knowing your name. Haha, you've condensed 5 Dao fruits at such a young age. In the future, you might have a chance to become a Xian immortal and hatch the power of the great Dao. However, since you attacked my disciple, I'll naturally return the favor. I won't bully the weak. Today, I'll destroy one of your Dao fruits. When you become a Xian immortal in the future, feel free to seek revenge on me. Old ancestor Yuqing said lightly. What? Destroy a Dao fruit? Pei Chen wasn't the only one who was shocked. Even old man mysterious sword and Qi Yao sucked in a breath of cold air. Wasn't this bullying the weak? For a zenith heaven golden immortal, the condensation of every Dao fruit was an endless effort. It also represented one's cultivation and combat strength. Destroying one meant that the Dao fruit would disappear forever. Not only would one's cultivation fall, but it would also greatly affect one's path to become a Xian immortal in the future. For example, Pei Chen had condensed 5 Dao fruit. With his talent, if he could only condense 9 Dao fruits in his lifetime, then after one was destroyed, he could condense 4 more. In total, he would only have 8 Dao fruit. Unless he had a great stroke of luck, it would be impossible for him to condense a new Dao fruit. Old ancestor Yuqing, the cause of this matter was that he killed the genius of my Pei family first. Now, I didn't hurt him at all, but he destroyed one of my Dao fruits. Isn't such a punishment too heavy? Pei Chen's expression was extremely livid. The personal disciple behind him wasn't as arrogant as before. When he saw his master talking to the other party in an extremely weak tone, a trace of fear surged in his eyes. As for the people of the Pei family, there was a trace of confusion in their eyes. That's not right. They were clearly the ones who came to seek revenge. How did it become like this? Beixian, do you think it's heavy? Or should we just beat him up and let him go? Old ancestor Yu Qing looked at Ning Qi with a smile. Ning Qi glanced at Jinshuan, then looked at Pei Chen and said to old ancestor Yu Qing, Master, I think he will only remember the pain this time if we destroy 2 of his Dao fruits. Hiss, whether it was the Pei family or the Xianjian sect, they all gasped and looked at Ning Qi with a trace of fear in their eyes. Don't offend this guy. Fortunately, I didn't beat him back then. Otherwise, my current situation, Luobua thought with a face full of fear. His senior brothers and junior brothers were also a little afraid. No one noticed that a trace of resentment flashed in Qi Yao's eyes. If it wasn't for Old Man Mysterious Sword's punishment, he would have taught Ning Qi a lesson last time. If that was the case, the one who would have his Dao fruit destroyed today would be him, right? You! After Pei Chen recovered from his shock, he suddenly glared at Ning Qi. He was so angry that his body was trembling. He never thought that a mere earth immortal in the great perfection would dare to ask for 2 of his Dao fruits. Ning, junior brother Ning, this matter started because of me. It has nothing to do with the old ancestor. Why don't you punish me and let the old ancestor go? Pei Yong suddenly took a step forward and looked at Ning Qi pleadingly. I said that if you want to take revenge, you can come. However, whether you can take revenge after you come is not up to you. Now that your old ancestor can't beat my master, he should bear the consequences. Otherwise, if anyone dares to come and seek revenge on me, Ning Beixian, do I still have time to cultivate? Chapter 2460. In fact, Ning Qi also wanted old ancestor Yu Qing to kill Pei Chen to prevent any future troubles. However, judging from old ancestor Yu Qing's appearance, it seemed that he did not intend to kill Pei Chen at all. Since that was the case, Ning Qi wanted old ancestor Mysterious Sword to destroy 2 Dao fruits and weaken his strength. That way, old ancestor Yu Qing might not even be able to defeat old man Mysterious Sword. He would have to think twice if he wanted to seek revenge in the future. 2. Ha, as expected of the successor that I, old ancestor Yu Qing, fancied. How can 2 be enough? If you want to destroy them all. Old ancestor Yu Qing laughed and reached out to grab Pei Chen under everyone's shocked gazes. Pei Chen reacted extremely quickly. Upon hearing old ancestor Yu Qing's words, he did not hesitate to turn into a stream of light and escape. Old ancestor Yu Qing had no intention of letting him go. If all the Dao fruits were destroyed, his cultivation would inevitably fall from Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal to Golden Immortal, which was no different from death to Pei Chen. When Pei Chen fled, he no longer cared about the Pei family and his personal disciple. As long as he could escape today, it did not matter if they all died. His body was enveloped by the power of the Grand Tao, and he could almost rush out of the ancestral star in a breath's time. However, in less than half a breath's time, a golden palm descended from the sky and directly grabbed Pei Chen, bringing him before everyone. Old ancestor Yu Qing, on account that I'm also from the ancestral star, please spare me this time. Pei Chen's face was full of fear. Regardless of his identity as a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal, he began to beg for mercy in front of everyone. The dignity of a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal was worthless at this moment. He only hoped that old ancestor Yu Qing would let him go after destroying 1 Dao fruit, which was countless times better than destroying all 5. Old Man Mysterious Sword and Qi Yao suddenly felt a sense of sympathy for the loss of a rabbit. They were also Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals, and Pei Chen was stronger than them. But before old ancestor Yu Qing, he was suppressed without even being able to display a single move. Old ancestor Yu Qing smiled faintly and ignored Pei Chen's pleas for mercy. In the next moment, everyone saw the shadow of an immortal tree appear above Pei Chen's head again. The 5 Dao fruits on it were shining with a faint golden light. Then, a golden light seemed to be harvesting wheat, revolving around the roots of the 5 Dao fruit. After spinning in a circle, the 5 Dao fruits all fell out of the immortal tree. Popping sounds could be heard as they exploded into nothingness. At this moment, Pei Chen suddenly spat out a mouthful of golden blood. His expression was even more dispirited than before, and his body seemed to be on the verge of collapse. His eyes were filled with despair. After the Dao fruit was destroyed by the jade-clear old ancestor, Pei Chen's immortal tree was withering at a speed visible to the naked eye. For Hui Fei. Immediately after, everyone sensed that Pei Chen's aura had become more similar to a golden immortal. His cultivation level had dropped. After losing 5 Dao fruits, the mighty Zenith Heaven Golden Celestial had regressed to the Golden Celestial stage. Pei Chen's personal disciple trembled in fear and didn't dare to make a sound. The disciples of the Pei family were the same. At this moment they were already very regretful. If they had known that Ning Qi and Elder Yu Qing were master and disciple, they wouldn't have dared to seek revenge today. But now, not only did they fail to avenge Ning Qi, they even implicated the Grand Luo Patriarch of the Pei family. Originally, everyone in the Pei family was very excited and happy because of Pei Chen's return, feeling that the Pei family could finally become a first-rate existence, and that they might even be able to snatch some opportunities from the ancestral planet in the future. But now, not only was the Pei family beaten back to its original state, even they might not be able to leave this place safely. 5 Dao fruits. A hint of heartache flashed in Qi Yao's eyes, as if it was his Dao fruit that had been destroyed. It was normal for a Grand Luo existence to feel that way when he saw another Grand Luo Dao fruit destroyed. Thank you for upholding justice, Master. Ning Qi cupped his hands and bowed to the jade-clear old ancestor. Although the jade-clear old ancestor had taken him in as a disciple with a hint of coercion that left Ning Qi feeling a little uncomfortable, he felt that the jade-clear old ancestor had fulfilled his responsibility as a master after today. Ning Qi also began to acknowledge the jade-clear old ancestor's current status. I only acted because he was bullying the weak. In the future, don't call for me unless a Grand Luo wants to act against you. The jade-clear old ancestor said flatly. This disciple understands. Ning Qi nodded. The jade-clear old ancestor looked at Pei Chen. Why haven't you scrammed yet? Yes. Thank you for your teachings today, jade-clear old ancestor. Yi Chen will definitely remember it. Pei Chen nodded with an ashen face. There was undisguised resentment in his words, as if he was not afraid that the jade-clear old ancestor would kill him again. With that, Pei Chen turned around and left with Pei Yong and the others. Unlike when they came full of confidence, the Pei family's ferry boat looked a little disheveled. As soon as Pei Chen and the others left, the jade-clear old ancestor's figure disappeared as well, as if he had never appeared. The disciples of the mysterious sword sect looked at Ning Qi in silence, with all kinds of emotions in their eyes. Most of them were worship and fear. As for hostility, it became very little. No, many people no longer dared to show hostility in front of him, but hid it in the depths of their hearts. Disperse. The mysterious sword elder waved his hand lightly, then nodded at Ning Qi, and his figure disappeared on the spot. Qi Yao also looked at Ning Qi with a rather strange look, then turned around and left. From beginning to end, the two of them did not say a word to Ning Qi. It was not that they did not want to, but they were immersed in the shock of Pei Chen's Dao fruit being destroyed. They did not know what to say, so it was better not to say anything. "Thank you, big brother." Ing Zhenxuan's eyes flashed with a trace of gratitude. Pei Chen's Dao fruit was destroyed mainly because the other party injured her. Although the person who did it was the Jade Clear Old Ancestor, Ing Zhenxuan understood that if it was not for Ning Qi, the Jade Clear Old Ancestor would not have avenged her for no reason. "Junior brother Ning, this time you helped Zhenxuan vent her anger. I have to thank you properly. Why don't you come to my side and have a seat?" Shi Yifan came to Ing Zhenxuan's side and said to Ning Qi with a smile, as if the unhappiness just now had already become a fleeting cloud. "Zhenxuan, in the future, remember not to stand out. Even if the other party wants to find me, you have to hide." Ning Qi looked at Ing Zhenxuan and said with a somewhat solemn expression, "Yes." Ing Zhenxuan nodded lightly. "I'll make a trip to the main peak. You guys go back and cultivate." Ning Qi smiled and flew in the direction of the main peak. Seeing that Ning Qi was completely ignoring him, as if he was invisible, Shi Yifan's eyes flashed with a trace of anger. However, he noticed that Ing Zhenxuan seemed to be looking at him, and the anger in his eyes dissipated. Shi Yifan chuckled and said, "Zhenxuan, junior brother Ning's temper has always been like this. Is it weird?" Chapter 2461. Shi Yifan looked at Ing Zhenxuan's departing figure, then at the direction of the main peak. He then turned and left with a livid face. He had invested a lot of time on Ing Zhenxuan, but he still couldn't turn her back into the little girl who worshipped him. Shi Yifan felt that Ing Zhenxuan's path was a dead end. If he wanted to become an immortal monarch's disciple and compete with those true geniuses, he could only watch. See if he could seize one of the fortuitous encounters that appeared in the ancestral star. Ning Beixian may be a perfected earth immortal, but I'm only half a step away from becoming a golden immortal. I have an advantage over him in this regard. Shi Yifan thought to himself, "Patriarch, I was wrong." On the Pei family's immortal boat, Pei Yong knelt down in front of Pei Chen with a thud, and when the Pei family's early golden immortal ancestor saw this, he immediately led the rest of the Pei family to kneel on the ground. His expression was filled with grief and indignation, but there was also a trace of resentment. They were lucky. It was a pity that the Pei family was beaten back to its original state as soon as they had a perfected Luo patriarch. However, even though Pei Chen's cultivation had fallen to the golden immortal stage, he still exuded the aura of a perfected golden immortal. To the Pei family, he was still a powerful backer. "Master, I'll send a message back to the Jiang family. The Yuqing sect's patriarch dared to treat you like this. We must avenge him." Pei Chen's personal disciple suddenly half-knelt on the ground and said with a stern expression, "The Jiang family?" The Pei family members were startled. Could it be that their patriarch Pei Chen had a stronger backer in the immortal region? If that was the case, they could really avenge him. However, they had never heard of the Jiang family. But the immortal realm was vast and had countless clans. It was normal for there to be powerful clans that they didn't know of. The ancestral star is about to gather. There's no need for you to send a message. The Jiang family's geniuses will arrive soon. We'll talk about this when the time comes. Pei Chen said expressionlessly. He had already adjusted his mentality. Even though he had fallen from perfected golden immortal stage to perfected golden immortal stage and all 5 of his Dao fruits were destroyed, he was still a perfected golden immortal stage. He clearly remembered what the Jade Clear Old Ancestor had said to Ning Beixian. In the future, he wouldn't do anything unless there was a grand heavenly immortal bullying the weak. In other words, he still had the chance to take revenge with his own hands in the future. Xianjian sect. On the main peak. Beixian, what's up? Old Man Mysterious Sword looked at Ning Qi curiously. Ning Qi nodded and cupped one hand in the other before his chest. Ancestor, I want to practice the emotion destroyer swordsmanship. Please help me. He was already a full-fledged Earth Immortal, and would ascend as a heavenly immortal by completing an ascension quest. However, the quest given to him by the system was to obtain the immortal decapitation gourd, an extraordinary treasure that would appear after he claimed the homeworld. As soon as Ning Qi heard the name of this treasure, he had already guessed its origin. It was not much weaker than the 4 immortal-killing swords. Ning Qi was secretly delighted when he first saw the quest. No one knew what treasures would appear in the ancestral star after sunrise, but he had already learned about it through the system. But when Ning Qi wanted to check the details of the quest, he found that it was not there. There were no details of the quest. It was just a pale sentence. The system only told Ning Qi that he would be able to advance to a heavenly immortal if he obtained the immortal decapitation gourd. As for the origin of the immortal decapitation gourd, and when it would appear, there was no information revealed at all. If it was as the sect leader of the Yixian sect had said, this treasure would only appear after 200 years. It had only been a few decades since then, and there were still more than 100 years until the 200-year period. Ning Qi's cultivation could no longer improve. He was stuck at this bottleneck. Could it be that he had wasted more than 100 years of time? Then, Ning Qi suddenly remembered that he still had a quest in the Xianjian sect. If he could learn the emotion destroyer swordsmanship, he could help the host raise his cultivation level. Although Ning Qi was not sure if the priority of this quest was greater than the advancement quest, Ning Qi still wanted to give it a try. If he could advance to the next realm, he would be able to skip this advancement quest and become a heavenly immortal first. At that time, Ning Qi's chances of seizing the immortal slaying gourd would increase greatly under the eyes of many powerful figures. Although his cultivation base had broken through 2 minor realms and reached the Earth Immortal Great Circle, the improvement of his combat strength was very limited. At the very least, he was not confident that he could defeat an early-stage Golden Immortal. At the very least, he was not confident that he could defeat an early Golden Immortal. Emotion Destroyer Sword Art? Old Man Mysterious Sword's expression immediately turned cold as he looked at Ning Qi indifferently. Ning Qi looked at him calmly. Haven't you heard that when your master cultivated this technique, he went berserk because of it? Nearly half of the Yuqing sect's disciples died before he could wake up? Do you think you're already stronger than a Xian immortal? Old Man Mysterious Sword said indifferently. This disciple has heard of this matter. Ning Qi nodded. Then why do you want to cultivate the emotion destroyer sword art? If you go berserk, I can only personally kill you so that you won't harm the innocent. Old Man Mysterious Sword said coldly. I've already sealed the emotion destroyer sword art. If you want to cultivate other sword arts today, I can make the decision and you can choose 2 of them at will. The emotion destroyer sword art is out of the question. This disciple only wants to cultivate the emotion destroyer sword art. Ning Qi smiled slightly. If you're afraid that this disciple will go berserk, you can watch from the side while I cultivate. If there's a risk of qi deviation, you can easily suppress it with your power. A trace of suspicion flashed in Old Man Mysterious Sword's eyes. Back then, Old Man Mysterious Sword art was not only coveting the emotion destroyer sword art. Even powerful existences outside the ancestral planet wanted to borrow the emotion destroyer sword art. However, after Old Man Mysterious Sword art went berserk, those existences suddenly disappeared and never mentioned it again. No one mentioned this matter, and no one was interested in the emotion destroyer swordsmanship anymore. Ning Qi was merely a great circle of the Earth Immortal ranking. Although he was the first on the Earth Immortal ranking, compared to a Xian Immortal, the difference was like the difference between an ant and an elephant. The elephant once had diarrhea because of eating poison, and this ant knew about it but still went to eat the poison. Old Man Mysterious Sword felt that something was wrong. Tell me honestly, what's your purpose? Otherwise, I won't give you the Emotion Destroyer Sword art. Old Man Mysterious Sword pondered for a moment and said. Ningqi noticed that his tone had softened a little and was not as resolute as before. He thought about it and said, the Emotion Destroyer Sword art may help me become a celestial immortal. Please grant me my wish, Old Man Mysterious Sword art. That was 70% true and 30% false. Old Man Mysterious Sword's eyes showed a trace of doubt when he heard that. What did the Emotion Destroyer Sword art have to do with becoming a celestial immortal? Chapter 2462. Accompanied by this loud noise, a mysterious aura rose, with the Zhou province as the center, and swept across the rest of the 9 provinces. Immortals everywhere looked in the direction of the loud noise in shock. Those geniuses from the outside world almost moved at the same time. At this moment, in a valley in the ancestral region where the spirit chi had dried up, a layer of fog that stretched across several mountains suddenly appeared. The living beings that originally lived there had disappeared, as if they had been devoured by the fog. The first immortal who rushed there was the jade-clear patriarch. Following closely behind was a domineering ferry boat, on which stood Bai Xingxue, Li Xian, and the others in white clothes. They appeared about 2 hours later than old ancestor Yu Qing. Senior Yu Qing, this can't be the legendary divine tomb, right? Bai Xingxue looked at the fog in front of him and said, why don't you go in and try? Ancestor Yu Qing smiled faintly. Bai Xingxue smiled. Before he had a clear understanding of the situation here, he would not risk his life. However, this was the first strange phenomenon that had occurred since he arrived at the ancestral star. Even if it was not the divine mausoleum, it might be some kind of special place, and there might be the rare treasure that the Yi Xian sect master mentioned. Therefore, Bai Xingxue glanced behind him, and suddenly, hundreds of figures broke through the air. He rose into the air and charged into the fog. Among the hundreds of people, half were celestial immortals, and the other half were earthly immortals. After about an hour, the group of celestial immortals came out with a dumbfounded look, but the group of earthly immortals had disappeared without a trace. Eldest senior brother, this place seems to be shrouded in ordinary fog, there is nothing mysterious about it. The group of celestial immortals said. Bai Xingxue scanned with his divine sense and smiled faintly. It seems that celestial immortals can't enter. His divine sense could not sense the existence of the group of earthly immortals, so he was sure that the group of earthly immortals had entered some mysterious place, but celestial immortals could not enter. In that case, the treasure that the Yi Xian sect master mentioned was hidden here. The possibility of it being an ordinary secret realm should be very low. At this moment, a giant dragon broke through the air and landed on the ground. On its head stood Ji Shan in a purple robe, and the 5 geniuses he brought this time. Ji Shan, you're here? Bai Xingxue smiled. Ji Shan nodded and bowed to old ancestor Yu Qing. It seemed that he had known old ancestor Yu Qing for a long time. Ji Shan, the men you brought this time cannot enter. Only earthen immortals can enter. Bai Xingxue seemed to be gloating. He was different from Ji Shan. Not only did he bring a few golden immortals with him, he even brought a lot of sky immortals and earth immortals. He even brought quite a number of human immortals with him just to deal with the current situation. After all, some of the godly tombs were very unstable when they appeared. If immortals that were too strong went in, the godly tombs could easily collapse and eventually disappear, lost in the void. On the other hand, the 5 prodigies that Ji Shan brought were all perfected heaven immortals. Oh! Ji Shan nodded. He didn't seem to mind at all. At the same time, more and more prodigies were rushing over, with no lack of Grand Luo among them. However, when those Grand Luo saw old ancestor Yu Qing, by Xingxue and Ji Shan, there was a hint of vigilance in their eyes, and they stood far away, clearly distancing themselves from the trio. It was only then that many Grand Luo on the homeworld realized that dozens of unfamiliar golden immortals had appeared on the homeworld in just over 20 years. They felt a pain in the ass when they thought that there might be more Grand Luo on their way. The Mystic Sword Sect. Qi Yao's voice rang almost at the same time when the loud rumble resounded, and then appeared in the great hall. Mystic Sword, a godly tomb might have appeared. Let's hurry. Qi Yao was taken aback when he saw that Ning Qi was there as well. Beixian, didn't you want to learn the emotion-extinguishing sword art? If you could reclaim a shred of fortune for the Mystic Sword Sect, it's not impossible to teach you the emotion-extinguishing sword art. Old Ancestor Mysterious Sword looked at Ning Qi and said with a smile, "That brat wants to learn the demonic lunatic sword art?" Qi Yao was taken aback, and looked at Ning Qi with a rather strange gaze. Even a mystic immortal like Old Ancestor Yu Qing had suffered a Qi deviation because of that sword art. A mere earth immortal perfected dared to touch it? It's a deal, Old Ancestor. Ning Qi glanced in the direction of the ancestral prefecture and smiled at Old Ancestor Mysterious Sword. Soon, Ning Qi, Jiujian, Li Chongtong, Ying Zhenxuan, and the prodigies of the Mystic Sword Sect all boarded Qi Yao's ferry boat and headed towards the ancestral prefecture with the prodigies that Qi Yao had brought along. Old Ancestor Mysterious Sword did not intend to follow them. Instead, he stayed in the Mystic Sword Sect. Only 2 people from the missing Moon Peak went this time, Ning Qi and Ying Zhenxuan. The other disciples of the missing Moon Peak were not qualified to go, and even Ying Zhenxuan was only allowed to board the ferry boat because of her relationship with Ning Qi. The disciples of the other peaks of the Mystic Sword Sect were all divided into small groups under the leadership of their respective elders. Most of them were paying attention to Ning Qi's every move. Zhenxuan, whether or not the divine tomb is born this time, there must be a fortuitous encounter in it. Your talent can only be considered good. If you don't rely on these fortuitous encounters, it won't be difficult to become a heaven immortal in the future, but it will be difficult to become a heaven immortal in the future. Ning Qi looked into the distance and said indifferently. Ying Zhenxuan nodded. She understood the logic, but in all these years, she felt that the best fortuitous encounter she had was meeting Ning Qi. Because of Ning Qi, the luck of the missing Moon Peak had skyrocketed countless times compared to before. It had never fallen, and now it was prosperous. Many disciples of the peaks wanted to switch to the missing Moon Peak. Eldest senior brother, we must surpass that guy who sweeps the floor this time. That's right, only then can we vent our anger. Naylan Shiji and the other true disciples naturally stood together with Shi Yifan, constantly looking at Ning Qi coldly. Shi Yifan only glanced at Ning Qi, smiled, and did not say anything. He turned and walked towards the cabin of the ferry boat. Seeing this, Naylan Shiji and the rest immediately followed. Ancestral Prefecture. Whether it was the immortals from the outside world or the native sects of the ancestral prefecture, they were all rushing over. As soon as they arrived, they sent all the earth immortals under their command into the mountain range that was shrouded in mist. Only those who were above the earth immortal level were left standing outside the mist, quietly waiting. The royal family of the Feng Lin state is here. In the distance, a luxurious ferry boat pulled by 200 feet long Jiao dragons broke through the air. When everyone saw that it was a Jiao dragon pulling the boat, they immediately guessed that it was the royal family of the Feng Lin state. On the ancestral star, only the royal family of the Feng Lin state kept many Jiao dragons for traveling. Many immortals thought that this was a waste, because after these flood dragons took human form, every single one of them possessed extremely powerful battle prowess. Chapter 2463. A carriage pulled by 2 scale dragons landed before them, with over 300 immortals dressed in pale golden robes standing atop it. Their leader was acquainted with every Grand Luo present, and he was Fenglin Yinshu, the current Fenglin Emperor of the Fenglin imperial family. He was an early-stage Grand Luo Golden Immortal with 3 Dao Fela, and was on par with the Mystic Sword Elder. His cultivation was similar to that of the Mystic Sword Elder. Behind Fenglin Yinshu stood 3 Golden Immortals, 20 Heavenly Immortals, and the rest were all Earth Immortal prodigies. Fenglin and Xianguang, who had once fought Ningqi, were among them. The Immortals of the Scarlet Thunder Pavilion were standing nearby as well, their expressions rather complicated. When the homeworld began to stir, Fenglin and Xianguang had returned to the Fenglin royal family. Now that they met again, they were no longer brothers but rivals. Still, the elders and disciples of the Scarlet Thunder Pavilion did not find anything wrong. After all, Fenglin and Xianguang had always carried the bloodline of the Fenglin royal family. It was better to openly return to the Fenglin royal family than to help them in secret. Most importantly, Fenglin and Xianguang's return to the Fenglin royal family was under the personal command of Fenglin Divine Marshal, and the Scarlet Thunder Pavilion could not win against Fenglin Yinshu and Fenglin Divine Marshal even if they wanted to. Did the Fenglin royal family summon all their Earth Immortal prodigies back? Why isn't Fenglin Divine Marshal here? Someone has to stay home, or what if the enemy ambushes them? Looks like the Fenglin royal family is very interested in the fortunes of the homeworld. Could it be that they're going all out when the first phenomenon appeared, trying to win the lottery? The Grand Luo around exchanged glances. On the other hand, the attention of the earthly immortal prodigies that they'd brought with them was mostly focused on Fenglin and Xianguang, who were on the same level as them. These people were their true opponent. As for Grand Heavenly Immortals, that wasn't something that they should consider. Brother Ji, most of the prodigies in the clan are here. Should we go in now? Fenglin Yinshu stood atop the carriage and looked at Ji Shan with a questioning gaze. What's the relationship between him and Fenglin Yinshu? Many Grand Luo had been paying attention to Ji Shan and Bai Xingxue in the first place because the two of them were too young, much younger than they were. Yet, they were Grand Luo beings just like them. Now that Fenglin and Yin Void had just arrived and was consulting Ji Shan as if they were asking for his opinion, everyone was shocked. It's a little slow, Ji Shan said indifferently. After a pause, he said, "Let's go in." Yes. Fenglin nodded and waved his hand at the earthly immortal level prodigies behind him. Fenglin, Xianguang, and the other earthly immortal level prodigies immediately soared into the sky and flew into the misty mountain range. One by one, they disappeared. The Broken Dragon sect of Fenglin State is here. Not long after Fenglin, Yin Su, and the others arrived, another group of people arrived. Everyone recognized that they were the immortals of the Broken Dragon sect of Fenglin State. However, the Grand Luo leading them was unfamiliar. It was a female Grand Luo that they had never seen before. Everyone exchanged glances and knew that the Grand Luo was right. He was probably from the upper sect of the Dragon Breaking sect. 90% of the first-rate sects in the ancestral star had a superior sect, but it was rare for second-rate sects to have a superior sect. If they had a superior sect to back them up, they would not have to stay in second-rate sections. We've arrived at the Star Moon Gate. Ingzhou's Wind Cloud sect has arrived. The Four-Way sect has arrived. Various sects from various continents arrived one after another, and most of the Grand Luo leading them were unfamiliar to the Grand Luo from the ancestral star. It was evident that many Grand Luo from other worlds had secretly come to the ancestral star, almost doubling the number of Grand Luo on the ancestral star. The Yingzhou royals have arrived. The leader of the Yingzhou royals was the Yingzhou Emperor. Not only did the Yingzhou royals arrive, but the Sky Arrestor sect had also arrived. Everyone knew that the Rank 2 Dragon Plate Arrestor of the Yingzhou royals was the top elite of the Yingzhou royals, the Yingzhou Emperor. The sky arrestor was one of the methods that the Yingzhou emperor used to maintain order in Yingzhou. The sky arrestor was one of the methods that the Yingzhou emperor used to maintain order in Yingzhou. To the first-rate sects of Yingzhou, the sky arrestor sect was merely a joke that they did not take seriously. This time, among the elites that the Yingzhou emperor brought was the rank 3 purple plate arrestor and Xingdong. His daughter, Anyang, was present as well. When Anyang arrived, she looked around as if looking for someone. Soon, the Stone River elixir sect of Yingzhou arrived as well, led by Patriarch Stone River. So many. Grand Luo, Hua Chongguang and the other heavenly immortal elders were inwardly shocked. On the other hand, golden immortals such as Eagle Chuan Feng fared slightly better since they often met Patriarch Stone River, which was why they could keep calm under the stares of so many Grand Luo. Good disciple, this is a rare opportunity. You must get some treasures to show your respect to Master. Zhu Duochun quickly transmitted his voice to Xiang Yen. Xiang Yen nodded helplessly. Go in, all of you, Patriarch Stone River said flatly. Understood. The earth immortal prodigies of the Stone River elixir sect all entered the mountains. That was when another group of immortals arrived. When their leader saw Patriarch Stone River, he did a double take and his expression turned sour. The other Grand Luo glanced at him, but quickly looked away when they saw that he was merely a golden immortal. Jin Zitsang still has the cheek to come. The elders of the Stone River elixir sect looked at each other, before looking at Jin Zitsang with a faint smile. Jin Zitsang snorted inwardly and waved his hand lightly. The earth immortal prodigies he brought this time streaked through the air towards the mountains, entering the mist. That's the Mystic Sword sect? They're really late this time. I wonder if that Ning Beixian is here. Soon, everyone from Grand Luo to human immortals had their eyes drawn to a ferry boat that was speeding towards them. With a sweep of their divine sense, they immediately noticed many immortals dressed in the robes of the Mystic Sword sect. Isn't that Qi Yao? It's been a long time since we last met. Looks like the Ascension sect is planning on meddling in the homeworld as well. Many Grand Luo recognized Qi Yao because he used to be an immortal of the homeworld as well. Some of the Grand Luo even had a grudge against him when they were younger, and now that they saw Qi Yao again, their expressions were rather complicated. Everyone, we're a step late, a step late. Qi Yao greeted the crowd with a grin as the ferry boat floated in the air. It's best if you don't come. Many Grand Luo cursed inwardly, though they conversed with Qi Yao with a smile on their faces. Greetings, Master. Ning Qi streaked through the air and arrived before the Jade Pure Patriarch. At the moment, Elder Pei and the other golden immortals of the Jade Pure sect were standing behind the Patriarch. Kong Wen was there as well, and he blinked when he saw Ning Qi. As for the earth immortal prodigies of the Jade Pure sect, they had already entered the mountains. That's Ning Beixian? A full-fledged earth immortal? Didn't the news say that he was only a mid-stage earth immortal? It's him. Jin Zitsang gritted his teeth and looked at Ning Qi. However, he was shocked when he realized that Ning Qi had addressed old ancestor Yu Qing as master. Chapter 2464. Bai Xingxue caught the expression on Li Xian's face. Junior sister, what is this? Bai Xingxue's eyes showed a hint of confusion. He looked at Li Xian out of the corner of his eye, and then at Ning Qi, and his face darkened. In his eyes, Li Xian had always been a very cold person. Even when she met their master, a Tai genuine immortal, she would remain silent, let alone show such a shocked expression. Therefore, Bai Xingxue thought it was highly possible that Li Xian knew Ning Qi. Junior sister, you have been wandering outside for a long time, but you have never been to the ancestral star before. You must have met this kid somewhere. Ji Shan was also studying Ning Qi, and the 5 prodigies behind him were also looking at Ningqi curiously. When they were still earthly immortals, they had also entered the top 100 of the Earth Immortal ranking, or they would not have followed Jishan to the ancestral star. However, there was a huge difference between the top 100 and the first place. Even the second place could not be compared to the first place. The first place was the first place, the pinnacle of the entire ranking. This kid looks ordinary, but his cultivation base is profound. However, the ancestral star is lacking in resources. Even with a mystic immortal master, it would be difficult to groom the first place, right? No wonder the sect master of the mystic sect said that an extraordinary treasure had appeared in the ancestral star. It seems that the ancestral star is really changing. Perhaps this kid had obtained some kind of great opportunity? That's right. Without great opportunities, it would be difficult to reach the top of the Earth Immortal ranking, no matter how talented he was. The sect that Ji Tianming came from, the True Void Immortal sect, was only a second-rate sect in the ancestral star. If not for the cultivation resources given to him by the Jiang family, how could he have stayed at the top for over 10,000 years? I really want to spar with this kid and see what's so extraordinary about him. That was what most of the prodigies were thinking. Elder Yu Qing, congratulations on taking in such an excellent disciple. There is only one person in the entire immortal realm who ranks first in the Earth Immortal ranking. The 10 sovereigns of the ancestral star, as well as the leading grand luo of various sects, all congratulated the Jade Clear Patriarch. While Ningqi was someone they could squash at any moment in their eyes, he was still the number 1 on the ranking of Earth Immortals and his aptitude. If one day he could grow into a grand luo like them, he would definitely be an extraordinary figure. Thank you all for your congratulations. Old ancestor Yu Qing nodded with a smile and then said to Ningqi, only Earth Immortals can enter this place. Many people have entered. You should go in too. Yes. Ningqi nodded. On the ferry boat, Shi Yifan and the other inheritors of the sky immortal realm were livid and clenched their fists tightly when they heard this. Why could only Earth-level deities enter this place? They couldn't accept it. This was the first anomaly to appear in the ancestral star after so many years, and with the words of the Yixian sect master, who would dare to say that the ancestral star treasure that he mentioned was not inside? What are you waiting for? The others have already gone in. Why aren't you guys going in? Qi Yao growled. Yes. The Earth God-level beings on the ferry boat flew towards the misty mountain range. However, Yingzhen Xuan was not in a hurry to enter. Instead, she flew to Ningqi's side. Just as Ningqi was about to enter the mountain range, he habitually sized up everyone present. A pair of familiar yet slightly unfamiliar eyes met Ningqi's. Ningqi was slightly stunned. Li Xian? Seeing Ningqi's expression, Bai Xingxue was sure of his guess. The smile on his face had long disappeared. He was not a fool. The two of them did not look like old friends who had not seen each other for a long time. There must be something else that he did not know. Big brother. Yingzhen Xuan was stunned. Seeing Ningqi looking in one direction, she followed his gaze. When she saw Li Xian, her expression was a little strange. She looked at Ningqi and finally confirmed that Ningqi was indeed looking at Li Xian. Big brother said that he already has a wife. Could it be her? Yingzhen Xuan thought with mixed feelings. Ningqi. Li Xian's red lips moved. Yes, it's me. Ningqi nodded. The prodigies that Bai Xingxue brought along looked at Li Xian in shock. The 5 prodigies behind Jishan were the same. Others might not know Li Xian's background, but they knew it very well. Number 1 on the Sky Immortal Leaderboard. That was many times more valuable than the number 1 on the Earth Immortal Leaderboard. In their eyes, Li Xian would obtain the Dao fruit sooner or later. The ability to hatch a Dao fruit and become a Xian immortal. She could even go one step further. It was even possible for her to become a primordial unity perfected immortal. Otherwise, she would not be known as the #1 prodigy of the 10 Absolute Palace and become the last disciple of the 10 Absolute True Immortal. How does Ning Beixian know Lady Liexan? They thought to themselves in surprise. This disciple from the Xianjian sect, Ning Beixian, the #1 on the Earth Immortal Leaderboard, does have some background. The Grand Luo from the various ancestral planets thought to themselves. They were not too sure about Bai Xingxue and Ji Shan's background, but they were sure that the sects they came from were not simple. Otherwise, they would not have been able to cultivate such a young perfected golden immortal. Ning Qi recognized the woman standing beside Bai Xingxue, which was enough to prove that Ning Qi. His social circle in the celestial world belonged to the upper class. Qi Yao looked at Ning Qi thoughtfully. The golden immortals and heaven immortals behind him did the same, especially Shi Yifan. He could tell at a glance that Li Xian's background was extremely high, but he did not expect Ning Qi to recognize her. Shi Yifan's expression became even uglier. Long time no see. Li Xian's lips curled up slightly. When Bai Xingxue saw Li Xian's expression, he looked at Ning Qi again with a faintly discernible killing intent. Ji Shan, who had been standing on top of the dragon's head, also had a thoughtful and solemn look in her eyes. You two know each other? The Jade Clear Patriarch looked at Li Xian, then at Ning Qi and suddenly smiled. We've known each other for a long time. Before Ning Qi could speak, Li Xian said faintly with a complicated look in her eyes. Finally, Bai Xingxue could not hold it in any longer and looked at Li Xian. Junior sister, who is this? Ning Qi had long noticed the two young perfected golden immortals, Bai Xingxue and Ji Shan. From their appearance and demeanor, as well as the position they were standing with the Jade Clear Patriarch, it was enough to prove that their status was not low, and they should be prodigies among the perfected golden immortals. The rest of the perfected golden immortals stood far away, not daring to get too close to the Jade Clear Patriarch. Only the two of them acted as if they were on equal footing with the Jade Clear Patriarch. Hurry up and go in, there might be a great opportunity inside. Li Xian did not answer Bai Xingxue, but said to Ning Qi seriously, I'll wait for you outside. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.